and they can come in on the end there. Dano. We're back. TWTtv. My name's Dan. I'm here with Andrea, and Liverpool is looking lively today. There was a little bit of rain and wind last night, but we got through it. The Red Stripes saw us through, right?
Innit, man? We're literally surviving this weather, but we're here, and we're here to keep up the shows going.
Trust me. Last night, we finished off the day with a bang. We had the fundraiser for fans supporting food banks. I don't know how much was raised yet, but I saw a lot of money going in that bucket. We had a real good time. Some sick DJs. Papu Raf, local guy, sick one. And, my feet are killing me now, though. I danced.
Exactly. I danced till I couldn't dance no more. My legs are literally gone.
And then we woke up this morning. You seen the news?
Yeah, I seen the news, mate.
Oh, my days. Should we import some more cheese, see if we can fix it?
Exactly. Bring on the cheese.
And then over there in the conference centre, I don't know what they're going to be talking about. Imagine if they put more flags on the stage, that'll fix it, right?
Yeah.
More flags, more cheese.
More waving.
Yeah, there we go.
Singing the anthem. God save the king.
Nah, just God save socialism. It's real.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, listen, we've got a packed schedule for you guys today. Thank you so much for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed yesterday. Don't forget, if you just look below us right now, there's a red button. If it's red, that means you haven't subscribed yet. So smack that one, and then afterwards a little bell appears. And what you got to do to that one? Hit that one too so you get a notification every time we upload something. Right now, as we speak, we've got some really cool people hidden away upstairs, just over there, and they're editing all the sessions from this year's festival, and we're going to be getting them uploaded from today. So definitely get that bell button hit so that you get a notification. And also, later on today, there was that one with Anna Rothery, Jeremy Corbyn on the Forde report. That's going to be live right here on TWTtv. So if you missed it, make sure you tune in. Get to tweeting. Let everyone know. Tag me in your tweets as well. I want to know who's following, man. Let's interact. Let's conversate. Real talk. But before we get into that, I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, same here, because we have got some brilliant guests here today with us from lesbian, gay, supporting migrants. And their names are Jessie and Molly. So welcome, everybody.
Thanks for having us.
So could you just let us know a little bit more about what Labour Gays and Supporting Migrants are, how you came about and what you've been up to lately?
Yeah, so we're from Lesbians and Gays Support the Migrants. And so we're an activist, like a queer activist group. And we're based on the legacy. So in the 1980s, during the miners' strikes, there was a group of queer people in London who started fundraising to support the miners. They called themselves Lesbians and Gays Support the Miners. Now there's no more miners. And so this group was founded in 2015 off the back of all of the terrible policies that there are around migrants in the UK. So we do solidarity, fundraising, we do kind of like learn sessions and then like direct action to try and combat that.
Yeah, I guess it's also like it wasn't that idea of like queer solidarity, and it like wasn't that long. The idea of like who is and isn't legal, who is and isn't seen as acceptable in society. Like as queer people, it wasn't that long ago our pubs and clubs were being raided. It wasn't that long ago our families were being torn apart, and like it wasn't that long ago that gay men were considered illegal. And like we don't want what the state argues is like that they've given us these rights when actually they're like hard-fought rights and like no liberation, like liberation for all.
Brilliant. And what's the stuff you've been working on? Like, obviously, there's different focuses for all different groups and that. Is there anything big that you've been working on recently or you got going on at the moment?
We recently did an action for Pride in London where we stopped Pride to protest cops at Pride because we don't think that cops should be at Pride.
So I guess like... we're an abolitionist organisation, so we don't believe in police or prisons or borders. And we don't think that you could, like, Pride isn't a safe space for all queer people if the police are there, for, like, obvious reasons.
Could you just elaborate on that a bit? Because people are like, hold on a minute, every march, every event you go to, the police are there. And obviously not everyone's had the same experiences as marginalised people, especially the people that get abused by the police so much. But if you want to just explain that, why it's not a safe space with the police there.
I mean, we know, don't we, that, well, we should all know that, like, the police are never going to be safe for people of colour. They are, whether it's stop and search, whether it's killing black men, we know that the police are continually, like, terrorising those parts of our community. And, like, it is no secret that, like, Pride is a very white space. Like, it's a space that's, like, often says for all, but is ultimately like prioritising like cis white queers, and we want to acknowledge that that isn't something that we want, and that's not what our Pride is about. And also like the idea of like abolition and no prisons and no police feels like this really big thing. But like when you think about the origins of Pride, like it was a protest, and it was also saying that we want a better world for queer people. And now we kind of, in lots of ways, have that. And it's like that idea of like it's like socialism or abolition is a project in imagination. And it's like we want to imagine a better world, and that better world has to be without police. And also when we think about police and like you say, like protests and things like that, like police don't protect us. Like they don't protect any of us. We have this idea that like police are the people that keep us safe from rape, from violence. But it's like what we know is like when we invest in communities, when we invest in people, when we give people what they need, that's what's going to keep us safe. And we don't want to be seen as participating in that. And there is this idea of like the LGBT community can be used in a way to like make people seem safe or like acceptable. It's like, oh, we've got like loads of queer cops, therefore we're good guys. We've got loads of like, or like we are big supporters of like Pride in London, or like we love a drag queen, and therefore that means that we're incapable of doing anything bad or wrong. And it's like we refute that. Like you don't get to use our identities as a way to make yourself more palatable and acceptable and wash away like the vast sins that you've got. And also lots of queer people of colour exist, you know, like there's a huge part of our community. Like those things aren't separate. Like this, like we want to, like it's intersectional. It's not like queer people exist here, people of colour exist here. These are the two ways of it.
So what are you guys campaigning on now? What's your main focus?
I guess for people who don't know, there's obviously like the Rwanda deportation. So the government is trying to send people, like migrants in this country, to Rwanda. And that's like currently going through like a court case, but that's something we feel like really passionately about, and is something that we're really trying to stop, alongside like other really amazing groups like SOAS Detainee Support, Stop Deportations. That's something that's like really important to us, as well as like trying to make sure that the queer community have more of an understanding of like abolition, and trying more to make sure that like groups like Pride, like those events, don't have like border controls or police or loads of other groups like that.
Amazing. Festival so far, is it your first time?
Yeah.
First time, yeah? You've been here since Saturday?
Yeah, I've been here since Saturday. You've been here since today?
Yeah, since today.
Oh, okay, so you just got here?
Yeah.
A whole new world is about to open up for you right now.
It's very exciting.
I'm
Went out
excited
last
for
night.
you. I'm excited with you, trust me.
So what have you guys been up to? Like, what have you taken part in?
I've just forgotten the name of it, but I went to the talk about South Asian music from since the 80s, which was the people that were playing last night.
Yeah.
And it was incredible. I loved it so much.
Yeah. Do you know what? We were looking at whether we could stream it, but copyright, licensing, music. Hey, we ain't got that kind of money. But if you want to help us out, do more stuff like that, what you can do is hit the donate button at the bottom. We've also got a link in the description, and you can hit up all our socials and donate money, and maybe we can get bigger licenses and we can have those sessions in person. Is there anything else you've enjoyed? Any of the, like, you know, parties or anything that stood out for you? Because people at home who are watching, they might not have been to TWT before, and we want them to come next year. So, you know, big up the vibe, innit?
Yeah, I think what I've really enjoyed is like it's been a really nice space to learn, and I haven't felt like intimidated or like I didn't know enough. Like I felt very welcomed, and like we're all on the same page, which is really nice. And then it's been a good mix of, I've gone to some quite like, I went to a really serious talk about inflation, which was all new for me. But then like after that, I went to like a singing club where we all sang Solidarity Forever, and it was like very cute with like a ukulele. So I feel like, yeah, it feels like there's joy and seriousness and action, and that, yeah, that feels great.
That's it, yeah. Talking about action, just going back, you mentioned before about supporting other groups. I mentioned to you before we came on air about the stuff that went on in Peckham, where there was some guy, they were trying to deport some guy, but loads of people, including Amar and many people who are probably watching, actually blocked the van from leaving. Do you guys get involved in that kind of stuff? Like, or do you know, what's the story there?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so some of our members were at that action, and we're trying our best to kind of like create more, like better connections between activist groups doing that kind of thing. I think it's a really exciting thing in the UK at the moment, that there are like, yeah, it feels like there's an energy for that, right? There's like these cop watch groups that have been set up like all over the country, and the idea that within communities we can do stuff to change things, which kind of like renders the state obsolete in a way. It's like you're doing stuff on your own rather than trying to like ask for rights or ask for things. And that feels really exciting to me.
Did you want to add anything?
I didn't, you know. I won't lie to you. Just summed up.
Where can we find you on social media?
Great question. At LGS Migrants.
At LGS Migrants, we got a website, we got a Twitter, we got an Instagram. Look us up. Yeah, if you're a queer person, you don't have to just be a lesbian or a gay. Then like join us. If you believe in like no borders, no prisons, then like join us. And if you're not sure what those things mean or they seem really hard, like join the club. Like we're just all trying to learn and like come together as a community to like fight for all our communities.
Nice, amazing. It's really beautiful. Yeah, I love that. And keeping with the festival vibe, what are you excited for? We got like, you know, today and tomorrow. It's nearly over, but so much is going to happen before then. Got pub quiz with Zara Sultana tonight. We've got the closing party tomorrow. I haven't even looked at the main schedule because there's so much cool stuff going on here. So tell me what's going on that you're excited for.
We're going to an abolitionist talk later, which I'm really excited for. That's got like some really great people on the panel that I think will be really exciting to hear, like ways in which people are like resisting the state, ways in which we're like supporting people who are in the criminal justice system and things like that. That's something like I'm really excited for. I feel like there's more energy now than like ever before to think of like different ways of doing things and different groups that are supporting. Because I think often people in the criminal justice system are some of the ones that are really left behind. Like we don't talk about it because it feels complicated, because it feels like people who commit crimes are something that like there's like good and there's bad, and like they're bad and we don't want to be associated with that, when actually like we all like pretty much everyone's committed a crime, or like it's so based on like privilege and who is seen as acceptable, and that's like part of it. So I'm excited to hear more about like the ways to get involved and stuff with that.
I didn't even know that one's happening, so yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be sick.
We're learning something new every day, aren't we, Dan? Literally.
This is a school, like, that's why it's called political education, I suppose. How about yourself?
What am I excited about? I'm quite excited for the pub quiz, actually.
Yeah. A little bit of Zara on
Yeah,
a Monday. Is it
Yeah,
Monday?
she was brilliant. She was brilliant last year. She was actually
Was
a
it?
vibe. No, she was actually a vibe. She was singing. She was doing a lot of madness last year. So I'm actually looking forward to this. You know, she's actually a vibe.
Yeah, to be fair, she wasn't a bad DJ last year as well.
No, yeah, she was actually good.
Yeah.
She's got some tunes. I actually like her. She's actually all
we
right,
went
man.
to Dawn Butler's night yesterday as well.
Oh, okay
How did
then.
that go?
And she was amazing.
Yeah,
She's having a
good
great
music.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah? Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Brilliant. Well, listen, thank you so much, Molly and Jesse, for coming in and having a chat with us. What is it? What's the Twitter?
So LGS Migrants.
LGS Migrants. Hit them up. Twitter, Instagram,
Twitter, Instagram.
Facebook.
Yes.
Be real.
Oh, maybe today.
Maybe
we'll settle
today.
that.
You know what I mean? Maybe you can be in my Be Real today. I don't know. I haven't done one yet. But yeah, no, thank you very, very much. We've got a full schedule, like a whole program, loads of stuff coming up. Also, I said to him I'd do a shout out for him. Check out the Hat Man. Peace and Justice Project, right? If you're at the festival, head on over to the Blackie, head to the cafe or the gallery. I don't know what we're calling it. But head downstairs and Peace and Justice have got a stall there. They got some really cool clothes. Like whoever designed it, I was like, okay. They just didn't do big man size, so...
Yeah, but the next time you see that hat's going to be on my head. It's not going to be on his head, yeah? Okay.
No, allow it. Anyway, listen, we're going to head over to the holding card right now. Let you guys get yourself a coffee, roll something nice for yourself. Whatever you need to do, hit the toilet. And we'll be right back with our live sessions real soon. Peace, love, and solidarity.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Alex Doherty and welcome to this live episode of Politics Theory Other podcast, which we're very pleased to be recording at the fantastic The World Transform Festival here in Liverpool. Before we start, just a quick word on some sort of housekeeping stuff. So a word on accessibility. So if you have any accessibility issues, please let one of the volunteers, the people in the TWT t-shirts, know if you have any accessibility requirements, and we'll do our very best to help. Things we have this year include wheelchair accessible taxis, hearing loops, priority cards. We have some reserved seating, and also a quiet space in the Black E and Selina Hostel. We also have some accessibility packs as well. Okay, so before I introduce our speakers, just a quick word on the podcast for those who are not familiar with it. PTO is a weekly podcast on politics, culture, and history. Episodes are mostly long-form interviews with left-wing authors. We've had lots of amazing guests, including Amir Srinivasan, Judith Butler, Kojo Karam, Juliet Jakes, Owen Hatherley, amongst many others. The show's been going for about 4 years now, so do check out the show's archive. There's lots to find there. As well as those longer-form interviews, we also do some shorter interviews on current events, as part of which Richard, who's here today, does a fortnightly show called Interregnum, which is well worth checking out as well. And so let me introduce our two speakers. So we have Lynne Segal, who is Anniversary Professor Emerita of Psychology and Gender Studies in the Department of Psychosocial Studies at Birkbeck College, part of the University of London. A socialist, feminist, academic, activist and author, Lynne has written and co-written many very important books, including Radical Happiness, Moments of Collective Joy, Making Trouble, Life and Politics, and Beyond the Fragments, Feminism and the Making of Socialism. Also here with us, in the nick of time, thanks to the UK's crappy transport infrastructure, he just got off a train, is Richard Seymour. Richard is an editor at Salvage magazine and the author of many books on politics and culture, including, most recently, The Disenchanted Earth, Reflections on Eco-Socialism and Barbarism, The Twittering Machine, and Corbyn, The Strange Rebirth of Radical Politics. Okay, so the topic of our conversation today is how the left responds to defeats, and that might seem perhaps a slightly strange topic to want to discuss right now. We're looking at an upsurge in industrial action. We've seen the leaders of the transport strikes becoming very sort of prominent figures, very effectively putting their points across in the broadcast media, and I think that's led to a sort of an upsurge of optimism. But of course, we know that being on the left, you know, one of the primary sort of experiences we have, and an experience we have a lot, is the experience of defeat. The defeat that is probably most on people's minds in the last couple of years is, of course, the defeat of the Corbyn project, which terminated with the 2019 election defeat. Although perhaps it more sort of definitively ended with the defeat of the Rebecca Long-Bailey campaign in the 2020 election at the hands of, you know, friends of everyone at TWT, Sir Keir Starmer. This all occurred, of course, pretty much in parallel with the defeat of the Bernie Sanders campaign, following on as well from the defeat of the Syriza government, their capitulation to the Troika, and also the counter-revolution that defeated the Arab Spring. And we might also think about the receding of the pink tide in Latin America, although once again we're seeing something of an upsurge right now with new left governments being elected. So, as I say, you know, there's little reason to think that we won't experience further defeats. And thinking in particular about the defeat or collapse of the Corbyn project, one of the issues I was thinking about was how we responded. You know, how I responded, how people I knew responded, and how the broader left responded. And I think, you know, in some cases that was constructive. I think, you know, people sort of, you know, took some time out from the situation and were able to move on from the defeat and do a lot of productive work. I think in my own case, it led to really a retreat into, you know, a sort of, you know, a break from any political activity really for a time. And I think that was a common experience. Some of us, I think, you know, got a bit caught up in a project of finding the culprits, finding the people who sort of prevented a socialist government from being formed in the UK. So it's those kind of questions that I'd like to think about, because as I say, we're going to experience more defeats in the future, unfortunately, as well. Hopefully, as some victories. So we're going to start by getting Lynne to say a few words on the topic. Then we'll follow with some comments from Richard, and then we'll get into a bit of a discussion, and we'll follow that up as well with some audience questions as well. So Lynne, if you want to kick us off.
Well, that was a hostage to fortune, writing a book called Radical Happiness, because now I get wheeled out to spread a bit of cheer, how not to despair. Of course, that really isn't easy. I mean, from all sides, the signs could not be clearer. Times are bad. Although it is cheering to see you all here, and it's cheering to be at the World Transform, but we'll get back to that at the end, the good things, the few good things. I mean, the bad things are so clear, exemplified by that absurd budget we've just had, designed only to enrich the rich, with the pretense that enriching the rich will somehow trickle down and lead to growth, whatever growth is supposed to be, other than a dangerous thing nowadays. But we'll also, I'm sure, address that. So we know that Britain is now facing an economic and social crisis, as well as looming environmental catastrophe, which is beginning to happen with our hot summers and so on, but is happening even worse in other places that we try not to notice. Now, we know our latest budget is the only thing that we are given is tax cuts, which tax cuts, of course, do not affect the poorest in any way at all. They're not even paying tax because they're earning so little money. And there's no concern whatsoever with the environment. Well, actually, there's a negative concern. They're going to allow fracking and other things to continue. So at the bread and butter level here, it's estimated, I have read this, that some 45 million, I thought that was almost the population, but anyway, 45 million people are being driven into poverty. That really is most people, isn't it? And meanwhile, of course, it's precisely the corporate world, the unregulated corporate world, already largely untaxed, but what little tax they pay, the minute amount of tax they pay, will be lowered. So they're going to be allowed to become ever richer, and inequality already soaring. We've already got peak inequality, as Danny Doyle and others write about. That is going to get even larger, with, of course, the latest form of platform capitalism enabling employers to be paying their workers next to nothing, no holiday pay, no sick pay, and so on. So obviously, it's pretty startling for someone like me. I'm quite old, and I've actually been an activist for 6 decades, for 60 years. That's a hell of a long time, isn't it? In which I've been trying to promote and engage myself in some form of radical politics. At times even working full throttle, particularly at the height of feminism in the 70s and so on, and then again in moments when one can, to create, what do we want? An all-inclusive, egalitarian, anti-capitalist social change. That's what we want. And what have we got to show for it? Well, of course, we've got quite the opposite wherever we look. And it's true that we did have significant victories at times, particularly feminists did in the 1970s around reproductive rights, threatened in so many places around the world, around violence against women, legislation even against rape in marriage, though that came very late in the late 90s, and for greater equality, but for greater equality for some. So, from the early 1980s, I'd say, that's when we were facing defeat. So facing defeat's not a new thing. We've actually been facing defeat now for some 40 years, for 4 decades really, in the wake of Thatcher's long and lasting shadow. So, if we want to mourn defeat, we could have been burying ourselves in mourning for many decades. It's not a new experience. There are interruptions, we had little interruptions when Blair came, and he actually did improve things for health and education, now all dramatically under attack again. Of course, we know he went into Iraq and in other ways caused maximum havoc. But it's also clear that wherever we look, the world today is unquestionably worse for so many people. So there's my 6 decades of activism to make the world worse, despite those little victories. So clearly it is a harder place for the left, and yet we still gather, don't we? We still continue, despite those difficulties, not just for the left, really for any progressive people. Because we're so used to hearing today that we live in treacherous times, in dangerous times, that the message is becoming banal. We know it. And yet, those around us, those in charge of us, those in government, simply take no notice. So, however strongly we say it and say that we can't continue in this predatory present, allowing inequality to soar, both nationally and globally. And yet we don't get heard. And it's clear that the causes of inequality, this chilling cruelty, really is a chosen cruelty because it's particularly bad in the very richest countries, such as in the USA and the UK. That's where we've had the most heartless policies, where we've allowed poverty to keep increasing. So, just as an example of that, the costs of care for all those who are needing care, for instance, since the 1990s, have tripled compared to retail prices. So people like me who say, we know what we have to do. We have to put care at the centre of our politics. What have we got? We've got exactly the opposite. We've got a decentering of care, with care prices just rising and rising because equity firms invest in it. Governments have to pay for some level of care, and that's where they make their soaring profits. And of course, we know that while it affects so many people, I said that 45 million somewhere I read, that it's going to be ethnic minorities in particular, who are going to be worse off again. Again, they say it's always twice as bad for ethnic minorities, and culturally 10 times as bad, given the hostile environment that has made cruelty towards immigrants really a cornerstone of government policy. And that's what that excellent writer Camilla Shamsi laments. Cruelty is just the name of the game for what black and ethnic minorities and immigrants are facing. So, we also know why we're here. If we're to remain political, we cannot simply despair. So we can't turn away from how bad things are. We can't simply be Pollyannas, even if we do write books called Radical Happiness. But we have to immediately turn our gaze from all the wretched reality of inequality and racism and so on, in order to work out how do you keep hope alive. This is where a lot of people quote Raymond Williams to say, the whole point of politics is not to see despair as inevitable, but to make hope possible. So that work then of still saying we have to get an inclusive collective resistance to capitalism itself is surely what's drawing us here. Another world is possible, or the world transformed. They're always similar slogans where, what we're saying is the world doesn't really have to be like this. Now, we don't all agree on the way forward, which is why we used to get all sorts of sectarian battles on the left. I've seen fewer of them, interestingly, thank God, of late. Maybe it's that some of the small left groups have all but folded, far left groups have all but folded, I don't know. But I haven't seen so much sectarianism. And of course, for those of you who were at the opening rally here, it was just wonderful to listen to all those trade union leaders who were saying, we are not going to accept the poverty that is being forced upon us. It was rather sad to read about Gary Smith from the GMB saying we have to abandon bourgeois environmentalism. But apart from that, most union leaders today are talking about greater inclusiveness. They're talking about anti-racism. They're talking about how to include women, how to think about domestic life and home life, as well as our working lives. So overall, I'd say, with the union struggles today, there is a lot to be positive about. And then what we have to be doing then is always to see how do we form those broadest possible alliances. Some of you might have heard Jeremy Gilbert talking about his book Hegemony Now, in which he was saying alliances, coalitions are what we have to be after. And, I see, despite, what's so hard for us on the left after the defeat of Corbyn and with Starmer attacking in particular, people in this audience here, such as Richard Cooper, or people like me, I don't know why they haven't quite gone for me, but any Jews who are defending Palestinian rights, anyone who is radical in the Labour Party is a little threatened now. On the other hand, we're still there. I'm not even about to leave the Labour Party. They're trying to remove my MP, Jeremy Corbyn, but nevertheless, I'm going to stay there for the moment until they throw me out, because if we're building coalitions, then the Labour Party is certainly not something we can dismiss. And another thing that I've always been engaged in is supporting municipal politics. In Islington, where I come from, we don't have too bad a council, but there are others, like young friends of mine are involved in Wandsworth Council, which just went Labour. Iden Dickadem, fortunately, is in charge of housing. And Wandsworth is actually a rich council, so they're building a lot more council housing. Imagine that, a lot more council housing, exactly what we need. And, there's other people, particularly those involved in climate activism, who are reading and listening to the voices like Kate Raworth, author of Donut Economics. I believe they listen to her more in Amsterdam, where they've really been trying to take note of what she and what Mariana Mazzucato writes about in her book, The Value of Everything, in which they're saying, of course, we don't just want endless growth, endless carbon polluting growth. We only need certain sorts of sustainable green growth, and there's a whole debate about degrowth and what growth we want and so on. But nevertheless, we know that what we have to be investing in is social care. And even in our parliament, and even from existing Labour Party, we had Clive Lewis recently combining with Caroline Lucas and three Cymru Welsh MPs opposing government proposals directed at increasing competitiveness and increasing growth. That weary tune that Thatcher brought in for us over 40 years ago now, and saying, together, all the progressive members of Parliament have to be blocking what this wretched Tory government is up to. So that's the sort of politics I hope to see at government level, at local level, and then, at everywhere else. I'm a part of a small group who wrote the Care Manifesto, in which we're arguing that care, of course, must be put at the centre of our politics. We quote people like Joan Tronto, some of you might have heard about, who's a big care theorist from the United States, who links care with possibilities for democracy. So one of her books is called Caring Democracy, in which she argues that once we acknowledge that we're all dependent on each other, not just locally, but nationally and indeed globally, then she writes, freedom lies in our capacity to care for others and to commit to who or what we care about, which is, of course, each other and which is the world itself. And so, for those of you who might have heard me talk last night, looking further outside Britain, caring for the world itself, a lot of the most exciting things actually not happening in Britain or the USA, where we've had our significant defeats, particularly from 2019, but in the global south, where particularly in Latin America, there is a whole wave of more progressive governments coming into power, but also from the feminist movements there. They've joined together in their green wave. They all wear a green scarf or carry a green flag. You know, again, this better world is possible. They begin by attacking femicide, violence against women, but also arguing for investment in care. So in 2017, you got 800,000 women in the streets of Argentina, and you got one of their leaders, Veronica Gago, explaining how, you know, patiently, year after year, they've been working together, threading together, you know, from myriads of street events and everyday activism, you know, ways of promoting a left at every scale, you know, so a left in government and then a left in local councils, left on our streets, you know, the way in which we care for each other. So also, as I've mentioned before, turning history on its head, what some of these green activists in Latin America, or also in Poland, where, of course, they're fighting a very right-wing government for their reproductive rights. And they say, well, maybe we can now teach the North how to follow in our footsteps and teach them, for instance, how to defend reproductive rights, which certainly they have to do in the US today. So I think, you know, we saw when the pandemic came, how much people are prepared to do in caring for each other. You know, tens of thousands of people were engaged in mutual aid, of course, in supporting their food banks and so on. And the difficulty is that, you know, without some sort of financial support, this may recede. But, you know, someone like Rebecca Solnit could come out and say, well, it doesn't always recede. Even afterwards, she talks about times of disaster in which things are set up like free medical care. And then years later, that free medical care is still being provided. So, you know, there are things for us to keep building on. And I'll end, as I ended yesterday, for those who heard me, with mourning but celebrating the life of Barbara Ehrenreich, who was a socialist feminist who died this month, the 1st of September. And she says that one way of keeping our anger alive is through humour, which she was always able to mobilise so well. And she said, humour is a good way to let anger and aggression out. And it's always been a source of inspiration for me, she says, and she has always been a source of inspiration for others like me. And so the crucial point that Barbara says, which I know many of you were celebrating last night, was that we also have to bring good times into our politics. Don't forget, she said in an article in GQ at the age of 80, don't forget to have a good time. Political work should also be pleasurable, sociable, fun. Well, sometimes. It's not going to be all the time. And if we can't create organisations and enterprises and cultures like that, we're not going to succeed. We have to provide more attractive places to be socially and collegially, which I think is exactly what the World Transformed is trying to do. So the way in which, we fight the most predatory form of capitalism, which we've got today, which Truss is trying to make even more predatory, is to seek that lasting radical change together, and just to make sure that we're kind to each other and create these moments that we can enjoy being together as we continue to struggle on every level, placing care at the heart of our politics. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynne. That was great. Yeah, I feel significantly more optimistic than I did 15 minutes ago, but I'm aware that we have Richard speaking next, who typically is not associated with optimism so very much. So, Richard, come bring us all down.
I think you mean I'm a sad sack, miserable bastard, Alex.
I didn't want to be so impolite.
I'm going to focus on some stuff about 2019, and then we'll have a conversation, I suppose. I don't know how you all remember this era or this sort of period. I remember it as kind of a panicked emergency in which there was, an emphasis upon the possibility of a 2017-style surge, a leap, coming out of nowhere, taking us all by surprise. And indeed, the constant attention to what the polls are telling us, in the hope that it'll show a gradual incremental increase, and we're going to start building towards 40% again. And indeed, in the final week, briefly, it looked as if we might be pushing up into the mid-30s, and that the government might be losing control. I remember it as being doom-laden, gloomy, wet, ugly, punctuated by obscenities and disasters. And I remember that young Labour activists, who probably won't be seen in future campaigns, having been blackpilled out of politics, or at least Labour politics, dutifully and joyfully donned their Labour apparel. I'd never seen this in my life. Young people sort of donning the Labour branded apparel, flooding the streets, nurses and doctors going on the London Underground to beg people not to vote Tory, Jews against Boris trying to hold back tidal wave of reaction coming from the right-wing establishment in their community. So much heart, so much longing, so much resilience and hustle against an unbelievable and surreal campaign against us all, not so much by the Tories as by the Tory adjacent, by the left-phobic liberals, by the broadcasters and their sensible observers, by the pollsters and the institutes and the Labour right, of course, not forgetting them. The campaign of gaslighting, or pretending not to see the patently bloody obvious, not to understand the case that we were making, or pretending not to grasp the obvious consequences of the choices that they were making, such as the Guardian's encouragement for people to vote for Lib Dem in a Labour-dominated constituency, that kind of thing. It could have been so much worse in its effects. And of course, the hoped-for surge never came. We killed off Jo Swinson, hallelujah. She could have killed herself off. I also remember that while, there was a certain bubble effect going on in the campaign. I campaigned mostly in London, because that's where I live. Down in that London, Labour was doing very well. Battersea, Enfield, Southgate, these were bellwether constituencies. We were doing extremely well there. I remember knocking on people's doors. People were quite, well up for, voting Labour most of the time. And the odd time that people were voting Tory, they didn't want to say they were voting Tory. Very strange. Same thing in Putney, huge crowds. Harrow East matters were a little bit different because, you got concern and confusion. You started to see what was happening among swing voters in particular. People just didn't understand what Labour's Brexit policy was, which is fair enough because Labour didn't understand what Labour's Brexit policy was at the time. There was occasional hostility motivated by BJP-inspired rumours that Labour was about to do the decent thing and support Kashmiri independence. It wasn't. And that was also the worst hostility that I personally saw. You know, for example, when a middle-aged woman slowed in her car and started fuming and shouting at us, and the phrase "fuck off" was used several times by her, not by us. Labour's vote share fell in that constituency, a marginal constituency, by 8 points. Across the north, it was a lot worse. And whenever I did phone banking, I started to get a sense that it wasn't going well. I spoke to a woman from Bury North who was ostensibly a 2017 Labour voter. And her entire message for me was, "You're wasting your time, love." The majority didn't even pick up their phones. Those who did and were going to vote Labour were enthusiastic. They were happy to be voting Labour. That's the extraordinary thing. But we were losing so many people, and you saw this effect in the polls afterwards. So many people who had voted Labour in 2017 claimed not to have voted Labour. They forgot that they'd voted Labour. They regretted it because of what Labour had come to represent for them. So, you know, that was, and, you know, last of all, Scotland. Scotland, you know, Labour had briefly experienced something of a recovery in 2017, but, you know, and I visited Edinburgh during the campaign, and there was actually quite a high visibility Labour campaign going on there, but it was going nowhere because they already had a more or less reliable reformist party with a sort of centre-left positioning, the SNP, which had successfully articulated a political conflict between Scotland and Westminster. Why did they need to vote for a party that was clearly in trouble? I want to situate all this experience in terms of a background of the long and slow defeat of what Corbynism was initially supposed to represent. Because if you recall, when Corbyn initially won the leadership of the Labour Party, there was this nebulous idea that he was going to turn the Labour Party into a social movement. And that inspired quite a lot of people. And I think it was, however vague and opaque, it was quite seriously intended. And one of the first things that happened, of course, was that Corbyn encountered the realities of Labour Party governance. In other words, he tried to form a shadow cabinet. It was an absolute disaster. It was packed with his enemies. They leaked against him. He had to form coalitions, you know, even to run the apparatus, which was organising against him from day one. And ultimately became dependent upon the trade union leaderships, particularly Unite, which, you know, of the trade union leaderships, they're not the worst, and they're actually quite decent politically in many respects. But of course, they had some of their own priorities, which were not those of the constituency activists. And you saw that come to a head during the showdown over whether there would be a democratisation, whether it would be possible to reselect MPs and so on, which of course Unite opposed, and you know it was there was a big conflict there. So the idea of converting Labour into a social movement was a non-flyer. You know, it was a non-starter anyway. It was never going to get off the ground because Labour is a complex, hierarchical, and in many respects pluralist organisation which fuses together various different types of institution, different types of power in order to mobilise for elections. And it was also not going to get off the ground because that's not how social movements work. You know, you can't just magic one into existence. But also what happened was that the project for the democratisation of the Labour Party basically, I think, fell apart because it was a hostage to the project of the traditional goal of having our government in power, but a left-wing version of our government in power. You know, this was always the idea of organised Labour. No matter how right-wing they are, no matter how opportunistic they are, no matter how much they kick us, it's our government. And for a lot of the sort of constituency activists and trade union members and so on, basically it was the idea we're going to vote in our government and we'll get the reforms and it'll be as straightforward and simple as that. Which, by the way, is just worth underlining here a crucial point. Members of the Labour Party, in their vast majority, don't think like members of the left. They are not as political as the Labour right assumed when they decided that all these new members were militants or Maoists or, whatever. By and large, they started out with a fairly moralistic critique of the current state of affairs, but not necessarily with any sort of analysis connecting them to the point of view of the sort of traditional Labour left. So there was a need, given all this, for some sort of strategic leadership, some sort of strategic pivot. And for all of Corbyn's strengths, and he had many, one vital weakness was that he was unwilling to stamp himself strategically on the party, partly because he believed that was undemocratic, that would be tyrannical, etc., partly because, as we understand, he's averse to conflict and so on. But when it came to issues like, divisive issues like Brexit, he needed to educate the rank and file, he needed to educate the members, or at least to persuade them of a point of view, which is that if you go for, the People's Vote campaign, if you go for Remain, we're going to get absolutely freaking slaughtered here. This is not going to work. That was his point of view, and he didn't really communicate it effectively to the members, and that meant that when Keir Starmer went on a wrecking mission, which he did according to Oliver Eagleton's book, there was almost, he was allowed to get away with it. The members didn't see that there was anything wrong with it. They didn't see that there was a wrecking mission taking place, and of course Starmer couldn't be sacked. So there's, and then gradually you see the Corbyn leadership getting sucked into the parliamentary machinations because they're increasingly bound by the centrality of Brexit to the British political system at this time, and because the whole war over Brexit is being fought in Parliament, and because it's inconceivable for many in the Labour Party, not just for activists and so on, for many in the front bench, that they would vote for a deal negotiated by Theresa May. It seems that even when there was a deal on the table that would have been broadly acceptable to the Labour Party in terms of its priorities, first of all, Starmer rejected it outright as Labour's representative on this issue, and second of all, McDonnell and a few others made it very clear that they couldn't go along with that. So they went into 2019 committed to thwarting any possible Brexit deal. And one effect of this was that Corbyn became not an outsider, but just another politician. And as another politician, very, very bad at it. He was always vaguely in trouble. He was always cocking it up. He was always being scolded on the national news. But also, in addition to becoming just a normal politician, who's not very good at being just a normal politician, he loses that straight-talking edge. Because when you ask him what he thinks about Brexit, he's not able to tell you a straight answer. And indeed, we don't get the position on Brexit until halfway through the 2019 campaign, when Corbyn announces that he'll be an honest broker. So although, the left, broadly speaking, rallied around the leadership and said, well, the position's not that difficult to understand. It seems that we're going to, put the idea, back to the public in terms of a vote, and we'll have a Labour deal, etc., etc. But it was actually an incredibly complicated and convoluted position that was never fully explained to the public. And that was finally only cinched in when Corbyn said he would be an honest broker, middle of the campaign. Well, you got run down from both in traffic from both directions in that case. I'm going through all this, the reasons for defeat and the sources of, the strategic miscalculations, because one of the problems with defeat is that we tend to, as Perry Anderson points out, we tend to sublimate it. And one way to sublimate it, especially for the left and for subaltern movements, is to internalize it. And that's an emotional logic which Freud dealt with in his book Mourning and Melancholia, where essentially the melancholic, rather than being able to mourn for something that's been lost, a lost love or a lost hope, whatever it happens to be, experiences the loss as a deficit in him or herself. He represents his ego to us as worthless, incapable of any achievement, and morally despicable. He reproaches himself, vilifies himself, and expects to be cast out and punished. So if we were defeated then, the logic would be the enemy must be in some important sense right about us. We must be shit. The task, therefore, is to show that we know we're shit and are working hard to regain your trust by being a little bit less shit, otherwise we'll be punished again. This is only realism. And this emotional current on the broad left has laid the effective basis for the comprehensive self-immolation of the Corbyn project after the 2019 general election defeat killed the hopes of a populist electoral breakthrough. And frankly, Long Bailey's shambolic campaign, with its aimless messaging, its agonizingly self-owning, grovelling on the anti-Semitism smears, which, by the way, just consolidated Corbyn's own agonized, frozen position on this, his inability to lead a fight on the issue, give institutional expression to that mood. And the queue of smart leftists lining up to back Starmer as a compromise was another, negotiating with defeat. I think one of the big things that happened since then is that rather than losing people to Starmer because they became more right-wing, we lost a lot of people to, this is the best thing we can do, realism, compromise, etc. But I think really they didn't change fundamentally how they felt about politics. And more numerous are the people that we lost to inactivity, to passivity. And one of the things that's going on here is that a lot of people in politics today have nothing to sustain them between the occasional giddying wins and the opportunities that come up. Nothing to lead them through defeat. They lack historical memory. Those of us from a Trot background often wheel out Leon Trotsky's argument that the memory of the working class is in its party, and that the Reformist Party is a party with a short memory. I think we can take a more sophisticated view now and say that the memory is embodied, the memory of a class is embodied in all of its institutions and various parties in a whole organizing ecology. So it's not that straightforward. But the strategic memory that connects us all to history's vanquished, and which is capable of mobilizing our past experience, our past defeats, as a factor in the struggle. That historical memory which registers the absolute necessity, the inevitability of defeats as a condition of any victory. If memory is a transcription of desire, as Enzo Traverso, the historian, puts it, Marxism seeks to give that transcription an objective, worldly form. In his essay on Eric Hobsbawm, Corey Robin wrote of how Marxism had sought, more systematically than any political movement since Machiavelli, to objectify political desire as a force in the world. So as Trotsky's quotes indicate, the objective form of this desire is, in one form, the party of the working class. And one might say, of all the vanquished. This brings us back to the question of melancholia. You've got to think about, you talked about defeats, from the early 1980s onwards. The very existence of a class system is indicative that we've been defeated for considerably longer than that. And the whole point is class subjectivity is imbued with defeat intrinsically. And the question is, do we have the institutional forms to mediate that and direct that expression towards a kind of defiance, or does it become melancholia, dysphoria, dejection, self-medication? I'm going to get drunk. I'm going to, take drugs, to get away from all this. I'm going to engage in violence. I'm going to, engage in all sorts of pathological symptoms to deal with the pain that I don't know what it even means, the pain. That's the thing. But I'll just wrap up on this because I'm going on for a bit. One of the things that we've been learning or relearning or unforgetting in the last decade or so is a sort of process of anamnesis is class. I mean, there's been so much work about this, so many movements around class. And, you know, obviously there's legitimate arguments about, well, how does class relate to race? How does it relate to gender? All of this sort of stuff. I'm going to take it as read that that's a question that we're debating, we're arguing over. But the fact that class is such a salient reality, it goes with the territory. There is a they and there is a we. They are formed by the patterns of capital accumulation and its distribution of class capacities. We are formed by the patterns of capital accumulation too, but also by the composition of our class, organizationally, politically, and its memory. For a personality to exist, it must have memory. It must have continuity. It must have accountability. And sometimes the tender threads of memory stretch and snap, and sometimes memory has to be smuggled like contraband across a vast abyss in which official truths obliterate what was once known. But still memory persists even on the scale of the animalcule. Memory is distributed like samizdat, or occult material among handfuls of fanatics. And because memory exists, we exist, even if incipiently. Even if in germinal form, and they forget that. They don't know who we are. And because of that, they're in for a hell of a surprise. This is a declaration, not a fact, nor of grim teleological certitude, far from it, nor of wishful thinking, though it is partly that, but of faith. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you. Okay, I think we're running over time a little bit, so we'll go to audience questions quite soon. But I did just want to ask both of you, when we think about the defeat of the Corbyn project in 2019, and as you say, you know, the defeat of the Rebecca Long-Bailey campaign, I think we tend to assume we know what we mean by that defeat, that we've got a very clear understanding of what the nature of that defeat was. And I think typically we think of it as the prevention by all the sort of, you know, the various wings of, you know, the British state and the media, and obviously, of course, parts of the, you know, a very large part of the Parliamentary Labour Party to try and prevent the emergence of a reforming Labour government. But given the balance of forces, and we know in particular with the PLP that they will simply, you know, raise heaven and earth to defeat a reforming left government, do we think that's really what we were on the verge of? Because it seems to me that, you know, possibly the extent to which we experienced that as such a crushing defeat was that we misunderstood possibly where we were in the cycle of struggle, and that we were not in fact on the verge of an actual, you know, reforming left government, but perhaps on a step towards that further into the future. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Lynne.
There is a positive residue of Jeremy having been elected leader of the Labour Party. You know, I mentioned that young head of housing in Wandsworth, Iden Dickadem, who under Jeremy was in charge of organising people getting the vote out and so on, now in charge of housing. And he says, actually, the left is stronger within the Labour Party than it's been before. You know, a lot of us, like me, were back in the Labour Party. A lot of us, like Richard, joined the Labour Party. And you know, many of us are still in it. And we find ways to work. You know, we're still going around talking to people in their houses at local elections and, you know, trying to preserve our public transport and all sorts of other things. So although we were defeated and probably didn't have much chance of winning, although, you know, it was so undermining that it was the Labour Party itself that caused the defeat, that there was so much internal attack, as Richard has said and others know, but also that our sort of centre-left papers like The Guardian, you know, wouldn't support Jeremy. That was very undermining. But nevertheless, you know, we're still here, and the Labour Party probably is slightly more to the left than it was before Jeremy came. Jeremy is still speaking here and all around the world, and wherever he goes, there is massive support for him. So yes, it was unlikely. And I think we knew it was unlikely that we would get a left Labour a socialist Labour Party. You know, we know the Labour Party has never been a socialist organisation, but, you know, we could hope. And, you know, we need that hope, even if it wasn't likely to to meet with success. And, you know, that's the hope that keeps us here. And, you know, there is something to work on. There is something to work on because Jeremy was leader of the Labour Party, definitely.
Richard?
Well, the Labour Party had never before had a leader from the Benite left. It never before had a socialist leader. So when that happened, I think a lot of us began to think, holy shit, what else can happen? The British system is in meltdown. The management have stepped out of the office for a minute, and now we're taking over. Now,
and every victory for Corbyn was a victory against the odds. Every moment.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, this is one of the sort of great pathetic aspects of Corbynism and indeed of left politics in general. It's always against massive odds that you score your biggest victories, and that's the euphoric aspect of it. But it also makes it incredibly painful for a lot of the time. But look, we didn't expect 2017. We didn't expect 2015. We didn't expect 2017. On the other side, of course, we didn't expect the right to win the Brexit campaign. I mean, many people probably did, but I probably didn't. But the point is that a lot of stuff was happening that would not have happened before. Now, Alexander Cockburn warned us once that you never catch the ruling class with its pants down twice. So you've got to take maximum advantage while they're disoriented. And so my thing is not that, you know, we had delusions about, you know, a socialist government, etc. Although I think there's an element of that, you know, like we're going to have a Corbyn government elected. Frankly, I remember when I was promoting my Corbyn book back in 2016, before, you know, the 2017 election changed everything. And I would go around telling people, you've got to be prepared to lose the next election. This is a long-term thing. You can't just expect to turn this around for an electoral cycle. I mean, really, prior to Corbyn coming along, we were talking about generations of rebuilding. We're still talking about something like that. And people broadly were, I mean, sometimes people would walk out at that point, but people were broadly sympathetic. So I think there's, I think people had more opaque and contradictory hopes than we would be crediting them with if we said it was all about this delusion of a socialist government. But also
side of things, saw this as a kind of moral thing. And I think even if Corbyn had stood up and brilliantly said, you know, this, we're going to lose the North, right? Which isn't strictly true. But, you know, that's not going to wash with my dad's mates. They're just like, this is a moral line in the sand. How dare he do this? So, yeah, I just want your thoughts on that, please.
Yeah, I know that there were no good options here. I know there was no easy options here. I'm not pretending that if only Corbyn had done this broadly pro-European, and that has to do a great deal of it with defeat, domestic defeat. We're not going to get anything out of Thatcher. Trade union leaders come around to the new realism. We can't win political strikes, so we've got to rely on the European Union, which is at least offering some minimal framework of rights. And so we inherit a situation where for years nobody's heard a left-wing critique of the European Union except from Trotskyists and, you know, various organisations that don't have much of a root in British society. And so I think it makes perfect sense that there's a lot of people who regard this as a sort of a line in the sand. It's racist, etc., etc. The only thing it's still fucking bothers me because you voted New Labour when they were, you know, locking immigrants up in detention centres and when they were, you know, defiling Iraqi cities. You can tolerate this. But I think there was an intrinsic catastrophism about Brexit, which suggests to me that it was about more than it was about. It was overdetermined as a political issue. And so therefore, as you say, there was no easy answer, but I think you had to have an answer, and I think that there was too much prevarication for too long.
I agree with that. I think we should take some more comments and questions.
Yeah, any more questions? Yeah, on the far left.
I just wanted to request that... Sorry, excuse me. stand up and reoppose, pal?
Sure.
Not too close to your mouth because it's sound on the broadcast.
Okay. Oh, right. Well, this is probably self-defeating then. I was just going to request that people on the panel and in the audience speak substantially louder, because it's been quite hard to hear in the audience. Thank you.
You'll be able to listen back online on YouTube.
Apparently not, yeah. Is that true for everyone? Is everyone struggling to hear?
Yes, we couldn't hear at all.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Yeah, we'll try and speak up, yeah. Okay, so any more questions, anyone? Okay, yes.
Can you stand up for us, please?
Hi, I'd just like to ask what you both think how Jeremy Corbyn might have handled the accusations of anti-Semitism differently. Should he have perhaps sort of gone more on the attack against those who were attacking him? Or was there some, well, basically, what do you think, basically? Yeah.
We have some more.
Very topical, given the recent Al Jazeera documentary, of course. Yes, we'll take another question. Did you have a question? Oh, no, sorry. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, my question is about, I guess, a feeling that I encounter kind of outside of the more radical left and more in kind of broad progressive movements of, like, I guess, a lack of vision and belief that things can substantially change. And it kind of, I think, comes with that more liberal mindset. Yeah, just a lack of belief that things, a lack of utopianism, potentially. And yeah, I was wondering about, what Richard touched on around the importance of institutional memory and sort of what things we could be doing to counter that and to build like a broader vision and a broader like ability to collectively envision a different world outside of just the current radical left and in more sort of broadly progressive movements.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take one more if anyone has a question. Sure.
Yeah, thanks for taking my question. Okay, is that okay? Yeah, one of the critiques of Corbynism was that, particularly from a liberal perspective, it seems to be, maybe even Tory perspective, was it was not necessarily a sort of working class movement. It was more of a sort of millennial, middle class. So, I'm not saying that was true. It's not bad. If that led into the Brexit issue, because the caricature of the referendum was that the working class, say not everywhere, but in many places voted Leave, and middle class tended to vote Remain. And there's obviously discrepancy between Labour heartlands, particularly the north, which were pro-Brexit predominantly, and in places like London, which were, as far as I can see, almost fanatically Remaining areas. So I just wonder if that it was a fair characteristic, and what impact that might have had, particularly on the Brexit sort of debacle.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so yeah, if we start then with the question of anti-Semitism and how that was handled by Jeremy Corbyn in the leadership more broadly. Lynne, if you want to start.
Okay, well, as a Jew, supporting Palestinian rights, I think that it was so very, very hard for Jeremy to work out what to do. It was just like the situation with Leave and Remain. Nobody has done more for the Jewish community in Islington than Jeremy Corbyn. Least of all, Margaret Hodge, who was the main attacker of Jeremy Corbyn. So when Margaret Hodge wanted to simply build on a Jewish graves in Islington, Jeremy prevented it. Margaret knew this. Margaret Hodge knew this. And, they just found that this was what you could weaponize. There's loads of evidence from research done showing that they were able to weaponize anti-Semitism against Corbyn because Jeremy supported Palestinian rights. And so we Jews, and there's a large number of us who do support Palestinian rights, were just accused of being self-hating Jews. We knew that this was totally false. Jeremy knew that it was totally false, but he was in this situation where whatever he said, well, that shows you're anti-Semitic. Whatever he said, well, that shows you're anti-Semitic. And, of course, the Brexit situation is very, very similar. The most active people, particularly in London, were absolutely for remaining in the European Union. So if Jeremy was to be in charge of a democratic movement party, which he wanted to be, he was stymied. He was stymied. Whatever position he took, he was going to be attacked. As for utopian feelings, well, I absolutely all the time say, we have to keep some utopian yearning alive and to realise that we do have victories. We have little victories and large victories. When Thatcher came to power, I joined the Labour Party. I had been in a far-left organisation, Big Flame, and I joined the Labour Party. And one of our first successes was to get someone called Jeremy Corbyn elected as MP against the right-wing MP that we'd had, who stood as an independent, actually. So, that was a significant victory, wasn't it? And Jeremy said, the night when everyone was out there coming from far and wide to support him, people not in the Labour Party, people incipient Greens and that were coming to support Jeremy. And finally, at about 4 a.m, he wins, and he says, there's not a lot I'm going to be able to do. Little knowing one day he was going to be leader of the party. But it was, you have amazing victories. And so, of course, apart from being in the Labour Party, I'm also an active feminist. And again, we have, as I've said, had many significant victories, which are threatened now around reproductive rights, around violence against women and rape in marriage, but just around, working hours and so on, the question of time, how you make home life compatible with working life, persuading the trade unions to take up a shorter working, demands for a shorter working week and so on, to show there is a connection between our lives in the home, our care for dependent people, and and making profits for bosses. It's the case in many jobs, or else the increase in care jobs that this Tory government has outsourced so that they're maximally exploitative. Seeing the importance of these campaigns, I mentioned Barbara Ehrenreich, and that's exactly what she was doing when she wrote Nickel and Dimed at the end of the 90s, in which she said everybody thinks that times are good now and everybody is doing well in the US. No, she said, that there is the most appalling poverty. And so she goes and works in Walmart and with care workers. And her book stays on the bestseller list for 2 years and sells 2 million copies. That's a victory. We have victories, but God heavens, of course, we're always going to have to be fighting, just being clearer what we're fighting for, and that we will describe what we're fighting for slightly differently, because, as I say, coalitions, alliance, unity, that is what any successful progressive politics is about.
Thank you, Lynne. We're a bit short of time, so Richard, maybe you'd like to respond to the question of the class composition of the Corbyn project and how it did become over time sort of painted as the political project of a sort of a metropolitan elite, or sort of was supposedly defined by a kind of identitarian politics. And there's certainly a strand of opinion on the left that sees this as the kind of almost the key in conjunction with the Brexit issue as the sort of almost singular cause of the left's defeat, rather than perhaps seeing the defeat as more overdetermined.
I mean, specifically on the issue of Brexit, it certainly is more complicated than the working classes voted Brexit and the middle classes voted for Remain. In fact, there's no study that you'll find that has an adequate proxy for class because statistics is just very bad at dealing with class in general. But probably one of the best studies I think was conducted by Danny Dorling, breaking down the votes and finding essentially you'll find the majority of Brexit voters are concentrated in the affluent southeast. Not, and also when you look at those northern seats that Labour lost, it's not, just because they were Leave seats, it's not the case that the majority of Labour voters were Leave voters. Now, in some ways, you could wish that a left-wing Leave position had been articulated back in 2016, but Corbyn decided not to do that, and frankly, it would have been very difficult. So that might have changed the sort of perception of polarities. But also, let's not forget that, when you talk about the Brexit vote, Liverpool was a Remain, big parts of working class parts of London were Remain, Scotland was Remain, there were even big Remain parts of Northern Ireland where I come from, which is the most, the most backward part of the United Kingdom, no offence. I mean, the parts that I come from anyway. So, and I think that that relates to, the question of how we were represented as a kind of middle-class thing. Because I remember doing a book launch with Peter Osborne, can't remember which it is. Peter Osborne, right. In which he asked me a question, why do you think the left is against Brexit? And I said, there's probably a bit of fear about a racist backlash. And he goes, well, isn't this just middle class sort of people, disconnected from the working class? And I said, well, we could compare our respective class positions. Because he turned up in his cricket gear and everything. And, he had a servant with him. I'm not joking. I mean, he's he was fabulous, but just on this one issue, he kind of lost the rag and shouted at me. And I couldn't persuade him that actually it was more complicated than just, only the middle class care about migrants and so on. But you see that there's obviously a culture war that has been re-symbolized as class, and that helps the far right. It helps the radical right to the extent that class is now, and has been since sort of at some point in the 2000s, I remember this change happening. There was a shift in terms of class, which was not possible to talk about, suddenly was talked about in terms of ethnicity. It was ethnicized. It was a tea towel memory. Class was about jellied eel and pies and things like that, and it was about whiteness. So basically, when they talked about the betrayal of the white working class, the emphasis was on white. It was the betrayal of a kind of racial status, a compensatory racial status. So, the argument wasn't, you shouldn't be exploited in that way. You shouldn't be forced into being, a subordinate class. You shouldn't be have your labor power exploited in that way. No, it was that if you're a white worker, you should have a certain little extra sort of psychological and social wage to, buy you into the system. That was the idea. And the right wing has benefited immensely from that. And the result is that anything that is socially progressive, anything that is, like even this republicanism stuff, this is regarded widely as a sort of middle-class fetish, and the working class are terribly deferential and love her momness and so on. This has obviously distorted the real situation, but that's a distortion that is rooted in the historical defeats of, the major institutional and organized forms of the left. When, the left was, organized in big institutions and was clearly rooted in the working class, that was a much more difficult argument to make.
Just going back to the question that was raised about utopianism, do either of you see any sort of real contradiction between having, sort of revolutionary utopian commitments where, the end goal is very distant from simply, a sort of a reforming Labour government? And after all, the platform that Jeremy was standing on in 2017 and 2019 was not on the face of it particularly radical, even if the movement itself had more radicalism to it. Lynne, you mentioned that there's less sectarianism on the left than there used to be, and I think that's true. But nonetheless, you do see today people saying, "Well, you people who thought you could get a Labour government, and you were kidding yourselves. This is very naive and foolish, and really one needs to just return to, a straightforward kind of vanguardist revolutionary politics." So yeah, do you think the two, do you think you can work in tandem, focus both on a revolutionary project and reformism in the short term, or do you think there is, in fact, some contradiction there?
Turning to a revolutionary vanguardist politics means keeping ourselves in our really small spaces where we're mainly talking to ourselves. So I think we should have the most revolutionary utopian vision that we support and talk to people about it, but we don't only do that. We don't only do that. We really work on every possible front. I mean, that's why I quoted the book Hegemony Now, but, we could go back to Beyond the Fragments, which Hilary and Sheila and I wrote in 1979 as a pamphlet, in which we're saying we've got to come together across the broadest possible spectrum. So we won't be always promoting our, we want a totally egalitarian society where everything, the men will always be equally sharing the caring with women, where there will be no racism at all. There won't be that white advantage for the white working class and so on. We won't be only, expressing these opinions on all occasions. We'll be seeing, for instance, it's care workers who are one of the main people on strike now, care workers working in elderly homes, such as those Sage homes, actually a Jewish Sage home, which has been picketed for years now. I'm not sure if they've won yet. So, we tailor what we say to the struggles that we can engage with. So, yes, keep our broad revolutionary vision, but also work all the time wherever we can with as many people as we can, promoting as progressive solutions as we can. I mean, and the heavens, there is so much to be done, so much that we can be doing and have to be doing. There's 5 unions about to go out on strike. We can be supporting those strikes, and we can be, when talking to them, advancing all possible revolutionary ideals. And, that I find that trade unionists actually do engage with feminism and anti-racism so much more than before. They are more inclusive than they used to be, and that's our engagement in those struggles. So yeah, we can't just have our one revolutionary goal. I mean, Terry Eagleton, in his book, The Gatekeeper, writes about that so well, in which he talks about being in Cambridge in the 1970s, and it was always far more important to win the argument against the other Trotskyist group, I think he was in the WSL at the time, than it was to go out and support the workers' struggle. So they did that too, but it was so important that people got the correct line right. And no, that is not so important. It's so important to engage wherever we can in progressive political activity.
Thank you, Lynne. We've just got a couple of minutes, but Richard, you have a bit of experience with revolutionary vanguardism. So, any final comments?
Briefly, the question is what is the intelligent, accurate mediation between where we are now and where we want to be? Right, so it's not a question of whether we're going to be utopians. Maybe you remember, Lynne, who it was that said that utopia is about the education of desire, because I think you quote them in your book.
Yes, I know. Morris is said by E.P. Thompson, stand for the education of desire.
Yeah. So we need obviously utopian ideations, and particularly if we're talking about climate politics, given that the utopia of capitalism predicated on perpetual growth, which is collapsing, given that that's untenable. What would a utopian way of living look like? I think that's worth having, but we need to mediate between where we are and where we're going to be. So, to my mind, the thing about the Trotskyist sects and so on, and I stick by my position, by the way, most of you could benefit from a few years in a Trotskyist sect. But as long as you don't take it too seriously and are out in a few years, you know, you learn how to take theory seriously, you learn a few tricks of organisation, a bit of discipline, that would be good for you. You've got all the hustle and everything. Anyway, sorry, I'm patronising you, but what I would say is that the problem is that these Trotskyist sects actually represented a degeneration of something that was really valuable. Because when you look at, talk about vanguardism, I mean, let's be honest, what we know as vanguardism from the 50s and 60s and 70s had nothing to do with what was actually going on at the high point of the working classes revolutionary experience, the KPD, the Russian Bolsheviks, wherever you want to go. You look at it, their version of vanguardism, you can have all the critiques in the world, and I'm very open-minded on this issue. I'm not, doctrinally into Leninism or anything like that, but, I think that we should be open to it. But the point is that it was very unlike the kind of sect formation. There was a lot of spontaneity. Lars Lee's book on Lenin, for example, is very clear on this. There was a lot of sort of turbulent internal debate, and the point was that the party should be capable of leading. And in order to be capable of leading, it had to be fused with the most militant sectors of the working class. Now, I don't think we're going back to those days, and I'm not suggesting that we are. But I think we have to, not disparage entirely that history. I think we have to learn from the methods of organizing that have been bequeathed to us from the past, including their failures. But also not just the European sort of methods of organizing. We should also look at the sort of global experience. If you want to look at Trotskyism, by the way, I know this is a sort of niche kind of fetish by now, on a par with coprophilia or whatever. I think it's worth looking into. If you really care about this sort of thing, if you're interested in Trotskyism, the most interesting Trotskyist movement in the history of the world is probably the Sri Lanka Trotskyist Party, which became a mass party, the only mass Trotskyist party that's ever existed in the history of the world. But anyway, no, I'm just saying, my theme throughout this has been we need to sort of build institutions that operationalize, that institutionalize desire, and that institutionalized memory. Those are the critical things for us. How we do that, we're going to have to work out. We're still at an early stage, but I would be surprised if it turned out to be a socialist version of the Labour Party.
Thanks very much, Richard. I'm going to go and read about the Sri Lankan Trotskyist Party now, I think. Thank you both very much, Lynne and Richard, and thank you everyone for coming. Thank you.
Don't know. We're back again. It's your boy Dan, and we are here with Cole McHale, straight out of the Scotland contingent, keeping it real. Don't know. Bottle of Buckfast behind the couch. You did bring the Buckfast, right?
I did not.
Go on.
Go on.
And we've got a very special guest. Cole, do you want to introduce our guest for us, please?
This is Troy Vettese. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. And you have written a book called
Yes.
Half Our Socialism.
Here it is. Yeah.
And we are about to have a game come up on screen, I think.
I'm really excited about this. So basically, the idea behind the game is that we've got to survive. It's like surviving the world right now, yeah?
You have to get through the environmental crisis over this century any way you want. Yes.
It's just behind you guys now.
It is behind us. Amazing. So do you want to walk us through the game?
So let's go to new game. The game is also called Half Earth Socialism. Booting it up.
That's good music.
Thanks.
This is awesome.
That's good music.
Yeah. We press next. This is the intro. We'll just skip ahead. If there's a skip button on the bottom, we'll just... Yeah, let's get right to it. So this is the first planning session of the game. And what you're doing is you are a global planner, and you're in charge of trying to help deal with the environmental crisis. And it's your first day of the job, and you're in Havana, where there's a planning bureau after this revolution. So we'll start. Just click, press anywhere, I think, yeah? And let's get to it. So you have these little dudes over here, and they basically are giving you advice and introducing you to the game. And if you go down a little bit, you can see there's your land use and your emissions and what's happening over the century, and they will keep on going up unless you do something about it. So emissions will be bad for climate change, and land use is bad for biodiversity loss. And then if you go to change production, you can see, what is the global economy right now and how it's being powered. So here we have energy production, and let's say we want to reduce, let's say nuclear. Say we're against nuclear power. We'll lower the nuclear card. You just click on, put it in the middle of the screen, where you see there's a little silhouette, yeah, and then you drag it down. You just click on and push it down, and that will lower the amount you have in nuclear. And let's say we go to the right and we put that in solar. So move it over to the right, and just get the solar card into the middle. We're having a bit of, okay, we can put it into natural gas. You can put it whatever you want, or geothermal. Click whatever, and then raise it up, and then raise up the card. And then we're putting that into hydropower. And this will have different effects on the game, the way you produce your energy. So raise it a bit more till we lose those blue squares at the top. So just hold it up. Okay, now we can go back. So we can get away from the production page and go back to the previous page. Or maybe click at the top where they'll show us. There we go. This is a bit hard because I don't have control of the game right now. But if you go to the top, it should say world or stats. There we go. This is what I want to see. So we go and click on the plus button. And then here are some different cards you can play, as if it were a card-playing game. And these are different technologies. And to just pick them, you click on them and you raise them up. And that's how you choose it, right? And basically in this game, you can have any kinds of policies you want. You can try to go to space. You can build fusion reactors. You can try to have mandatory veganism. You can have lab meat. There's all these things you can do. And so let's just click on a few random things, like fast breeder reactors. Yeah, let's raise that up. If you see on the back, it gives you some information about the technology and who supports it. So let's raise that card up to pick it. There we go. And then let's go to another part of the game. Let's go back and let's check out the parliament. At the top, it will say, here we go. So we have different factions of the left and of the environmental movement here. So if you look at the game, you have Malthusians, you have ecofeminists, you have finanists and the consumers, so they each support different policies, and they will support your government in various ways or oppose you as well. And the point of the game is that it's very political in terms of different parts of the left and the environmental movement, and they want to deal with the crisis in different ways. And the game tries to encapsulate that. Then let's go to stats real quick. And then we'll try to, the stats is like your overall dashboard. You can see what's happening in the world. You can see how much the temperature is going up. You can see the population. You can see biodiversity loss. And then you have pie charts, and it'll tell you what's actually affecting these numbers, right? So what's taking up all your land use? Yeah. So we'll wrap it up. And so we'll run the game. So let's go back. So let's go back for a second to the main page. Let's go back to the previous page. Let's press back. Go down and press the red button. And this game actually has a climate model built into the game. And we hired researchers as well to try to give the best estimates we could come up with for kilowatt hours for different energy processes and like land use requirements for different agricultural systems. So press next. So right now we're having our 5-year plan actually play out. So press next at the bottom, and there's different events happening. This could be flooding. This could be wildfires. You also can maybe aliens will show up. Like who knows? There's many things that will happen, but the events will be based on the climate model, which is based on how much carbon you've produced based on your mix. About 6 months.
6 months?
Yeah.
Wow, so much has gone into it.
I didn't make the game. So we worked with a game developer, Francis Tsing, who works for the Jane Family Institute in New York. And then we also worked with Trust, which is a design network in Berlin. And then we had a team of researchers. We actually hired a musician, so the music is all original as well.
Yeah, I really like the music.
Yeah.
So the aim of the game is to survive the 21st century, right? And it's based on the book. So I guess before we talk about half-earth socialism as a concept, which is really interesting, do you think then that green capitalism and the sort of path it's plotting for the next, toward the end of this century, do you think the result is that we're not going to survive? Do you think that's where we're heading?
No, I disagree. So, I mean, I think there's a mistake to believe it's either, a totally successful ecological civilization, or in some way or another, if it's going to be through capitalism, it's going to be through socialism, or it's going to be like everyone's going to die and humans are going to go extinct. I think environmentalists, they like to talk about human extinction. I think that's an exaggeration. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think things will be very bad. Right? So at the beginning of the book, we talk about a prediction of the next 25 years, and it's going to be more pandemics, going to be more inequality. Also, it's going to be geoengineering, and geoengineering is the purposeful manipulation of the climatic system to cool down the Earth. And this is a real project. It's very likely going to happen. I predict it's going to happen before the end of the decade. There's lots of money going into it. There's a huge research network at Harvard, for instance, that's working on this. And the idea is to mimic a volcanic eruption to make basically the world bearable for capitalism to continue, because climate change is so bad, obviously, right?
So do you want to explain the alternative that you put forward in the book, half-earth socialism?
Yes. So what we're trying to say in the book is that capitalism is a decentralized system. People are investing money based on profit, and therefore they're unable to basically look at the world in its complexity and achieve certain goals that we need to achieve. If you want to have the energy transition under capitalism, you have to not only invest a lot of money in renewables and all that, but you also have to make more money than you would in fossil fuels and all that, right? So this is not going to happen if profit is going to remain a criterion. So we have to imagine a non-market system, right? So we have to achieve this ecological transition through planning. In the book, we get through planning theory, drawing on the experience in Cuba and then the Soviet Union and other places, and we can learn about these non-market mechanisms to achieve basically a variety of goals that we need to work on. And that's not just climate, right? So climate is important, but we also have to worry about other problems such as zoonotic disease, emergence, right? The COVID-19 was really bad. There's going to be more bad diseases that are going to happen unless we change our food systems and change how we relate to the natural world. And there's also going to be biodiversity loss, right? And the biodiversity crisis is as serious as the climate crisis, and people don't talk about it. And the real solution to it is having more protected areas. So we need more natural parks, which is why we talk about half-Earth socialism. So half the Earth should be protected in some way in parks, and that's the only way to prevent a massive species loss. Because otherwise, we're probably going to lose about half the species over the century.
Okay. We were talking earlier about the forgotten intellectual tradition of utopian socialism, right? Which you draw on, or sort of forgotten, which you draw on in the book. Why do you think utopian socialism should inform partly how we think about dealing with the climate crisis?
So utopian socialism is usually derided by the left today. It's seen as impractical, and people just want to cite Engels and Marx, dismissing it. I think it's a more complicated relationship in the 19th century. I think Engels and Marx actually did look to the socialist, utopian socialist tradition as an important part of the left, and they had their own critiques, but it wasn't mere dismissal, which is what you see today. And what is important about it is this ability to really imagine what the future looks like, what socialism looks like, and thinking seriously about this. I think the Marxist approach, where you say we cannot talk about socialism until it happens, has not served the left very well, right? I mean, these are hard problems to solve, as in how do we live? Do we have markets? Do we not have markets? What is our relationship to nature? What do we do about problems of sexism or racism? What do we do about global inequality? These are all important questions that need to be addressed. And I think to imagine like we can worry about that till later is impractical. And I think we also need to start imagining I think having long-term goals or having these utopias allows us to think about medium and short-term goals, and allows us to also unite a coalition to achieve these goals. So I think the utopian tradition is really important in this regard.
So what does a coalition look like to achieve those goals? Maybe just now, I wonder what you think about the current climate movement, sort of youth movements that have sprung up over the last sort of 3 years, which have undoubtedly sort of raised consciousness on climate. But
well, the problem is that most environmentalists are not socialists. Right? I mean, they still believe in this green capitalism and all that. And the other problem is that a lot of socialists don't take environmental problems very seriously. I mean, maybe they're talking more about climate, but they don't talk about biodiversity, they don't talk about animal rights, and so forth. And then you have other groups such as animal rights movement, which tends to be very utilitarian and is again opposed to Marxism and so forth. So I think, and then if you really care about, let's say, animal rights, you have to say, well, why do people eat meat? And I think this is where feminist critique is really important, because a lot of people eat meat because they want to show how macho they are, or they want to signify their class position, and therefore we need to integrate that as well. So there's all these different factions, I think, that are progressive or radical, but they don't agree on many things because they don't have this philosophical bedrock, and they don't have this long-term goal, right? So we're not going anywhere very fast. And the book is trying to provide this philosophical position and hopefully some long-range goals we can work towards.
Hopefully it can.
I got lost there. I forgot I was on TV. But we have got to wrap up shortly. Did you have one more question? Or
I was going to ask where we can buy the book. And do you want to hold the book up for the camera as well?
You can buy it at Versa's website. So the book's called Half Earth Socialism, and it has a very handsome cover, if I may say so myself. We also have a website which talks about the book, and you also have the website for the game, where you can play the game and you can be a planetary planner if you want, and that's at play.half.earth.
I think I want to be a planetary planner. That sounds fun.
I want to see this game develop more and more. It's very exciting. I'm into city skylines and that kind of stuff. So this is my kind of game. But if whoever's in the gallery can pop Troy's name card on again, and on that name card is Troy's Twitter account, and you can follow Troy, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot more exciting stuff. Have you got anything planned? What next for the book, or is there a series or more games?
We're working on sketching out socialist governance theory, as in what does socialist democracy look like? How do we actually imagine these utopias and work on them and worry about problems of, international cooperation and so forth. So I'll be working on that with my co-author, Drew Pendergrass. I'm going on a bit of a book tour. I'll be in Denmark and Sweden next week as well, and back in the UK for historical materialism in London. So happy to chat more about this.
Wicked. Troy, thank you so much. And I know you've traveled a long way to get to us, so really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I hope you have a lovely afternoon at the rest of the festival, or the afternoon and the day. For you guys at home, I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you're going right now to check out the game. But don't spend too long on it, because we've got another session coming up. What's it called, Cole?
It's called The Crimes of Empire, I think.
Crimes of Empire. Reporting on the Crimes of Empire.
We're reporting
That's
on the Crimes
one.
of Empire.
We're full of memory here. Anyway, listen, while you're waiting, make sure you hit that subscribe button if it's not hit already. Once you hit that, hit the bell. You know what it is. It gives you the notifications when the new sessions come online. We've also got the Forde Report session coming up later with Anna and Jeremy. And make sure you hit that donate button, people. If you got a couple of quid, send it my way. A lot of people are leaving the Labour Party at the moment, apparently. So if you got spare money, send it to me, baby.
Have you heard that? You've heard a lot. You've heard that.
A lot. Anyway, we'll catch you guys later. Peace and love.
So welcome everybody to the World Transforms YouTube. Those that are listening through the YouTube page, please do subscribe. My name is Pablo Navarrete. I'm an independent journalist and documentary filmmaker. I'm here on behalf of TWT to chair this excellent panel today called Reporting on the Crimes of Empire, from Wikileaks to Shireen Abu Akleh. And I'm delighted to have in the studio with us Stella Assange, Julian Assange's wife, John McAvoy, a British journalist, and we also have somewhere in the world, in Brazil, we have Brian Mayer, a US Brazilian-based journalist. So hopefully he is there, great. And we also have Vijay Prashad, who many of you will know. He's attended various TWT festivals in person, but I'm not sure where he is today. He's always in different parts of the world every time I check, but he is somewhere, and he is... So we have the four panelists. Unfortunately, Mariam Barghouti cannot join us due to last minute something came up. So Vijay has kindly adjusted his talk a little bit to talk about the case of Shireen Abu Akleh. So we will try and talk about as many issues related to this, to the title of this panel, Crimes of Empire. And by Crimes of Empire, this was a title that was given to me, but I take that to mean the crimes of the US government, essentially, especially in relation to WikiLeaks. But obviously, we have to talk about the US government's satellite states or proxies or allies, however you want to call it, and that includes, obviously, the UK government. And I thought it was important to discuss, given that we're in the UK, what the British government does, because this is something that doesn't really appear in the mainstream media. Generally, the mainstream media likes to concentrate on the crimes of our official enemies and not the ones that our governments do and their allies. So I'd like to start with John. John wasn't listed, but he's Liverpool-based, and I'm really happy he can join us last minute, and thank you for coming. John is the premier, the best investigative journalist exposing and exploring UK foreign policy in Latin America, but he's also written a lot on the case of Julian Assange. We wrote a piece looking at the Guardian's reporting or misreporting, however you want to call it. We call it more misreporting. And John's going to talk about the UK government, I guess, and the Assange case and some other issues. And then we'll be talking to Stella about the case of Julian's case and the developments, and also there is an event on the 8th that's really important that we want to urge everyone to attend. I'll be coming from Sheffield with my family, so we want as many people there as possible to surround Parliament, but maybe you can explain more about that. And then I'll invite Brian to talk about the case of Brazil. There's a very important elections taking place next weekend that could see the neo-fascist president Bolsonaro voted out of power, hopefully, and the return of Lula, the left-wing former president. And finally, we'll end on Vijay, and then we'll have a discussion. And we have, I think, just under an hour. So, John.
Great, yeah. Thanks very much for that introduction. It's good to be here as well. As Pablo mentioned, I'd like to speak a little bit about my experience reporting on the crimes of British Empire, contemporary British imperialism, particularly in relation to Latin America. So as many people probably know, in 2019, Juan Guaidó, a relatively obscure, somewhat unknown Venezuelan opposition figure and a leader of the National Assembly, decided to declare himself president on the 23rd of January that year. The British government was one of the first, and under US pressure, to recognise Guaidó as the president of Venezuela, a farcical position, given only about 20% of Venezuelans, according to a certain poll, had even heard of Guaidó. And in the years that followed, Britain's involvement in the coup process in Venezuela was quite serious, and I've revealed a number of different stories on this issue. The first of which being that shortly after Britain recognised Guaidó, I found via the Freedom of Information Act that the Foreign Office had created a secret Venezuela Reconstruction Unit, a unit within the Foreign Office that was, as the title suggests, dedicated to the reconstruction, the economic, political, social reconstruction of Venezuela. I revealed this in 2020, and shortly afterwards, the Venezuelan Foreign Minister, Jorge Ariaza, invited is a word, the British charge d'affaires, Duncan Hill, to basically explain the British government's position on this. Why had the Foreign Office created this unit dedicated to reconstructing another sovereign state? So this caused something of a diplomatic crisis, a diplomatic event at the very least. And the British media systematically ignored it. They ignored the original story. They ignored the Venezuelan government's response to this crime of British imperialism as well. And it's something that I've found figures generally in British media's coverage of British crimes abroad. As soon as Britain is implicated in imperialist crimes abroad, it simply ceases to exist. This is also the case with the frozen gold. Venezuela's frozen gold. Roughly $2 billion worth of gold has been frozen in the Bank of England since 2019 as well. According to John Bolton, the former National Security Advisor under Donald Trump, this was also done under US pressure. It remains frozen in the Bank of England today. $2 billion is an incredibly significant amount of money. In 2018, the total value of medical and food imports to Venezuela was $2.3 billion, which gives you an idea of the amount of assets that have been frozen in Britain. Now, once again, this issue, which puts the British government in a totally farcical situation, in which foreign governments must now fear that if their relations are spoiled with the British government, then Britain can basically seize their assets, not only freeze them, and not only in the case of the US and Afghanistan, where it gave half of Afghanistan's assets to victims of 9/11. In fact, in Britain, what they're proposing to do is transfer it to Juan Guaido, the very figure who is actually leading coup attempts against the government. So they've seized Venezuela's sovereign state assets and are proposing to transfer them to an organisation that acts similarly to gangsters, and we're likely to see that then being used to fuel more coup attempts in Venezuela. It's similar with the case of the impact of sanctions. Studies have found that 40,000 Venezuelans died in about an 18-month period as a direct cause of sanctions, which include European and British sanctions, totally ignored. The UN Special Rapporteur on sanctions also urged the British government to return the gold to Venezuela so that it could buy medication in the context of the pandemic, also systematically ignored by the British media. The same happened with a colleague at Declassified UK, Matt Kennard, who wrote about British involvement in the coup in Bolivia, also in 2019, in November of that year. He found that Britain supported the coup in Bolivia, which overthrew Evo Morales, and instituted a kind of neo-fascist government under Janine Áñez, all with the interest of getting access to Bolivia's white gold, otherwise said lithium, once again systematically ignored by the British media. Now, the point I want to make with regards to Julian Assange here is that, as me and Matt have found, if you challenge the establishment, if you challenge the crimes of British imperialism, you get systematically ignored. But if you do something like what Julian Assange did, which was really challenge them, fundamentally challenge the structures of US and British imperialism, you don't only get ignored by the media, you get actively slandered, you get actively attacked across the British media, across the US media as well. Which brings us to an article that me and Pablo wrote about a year ago, based on The Guardian's reporting on Julian Assange, which has been absolutely horrific, especially given The Guardian won a number of prizes based on Assange's incredibly heroic work. And both articles basically tried to associate Assange with Russia and the Donald Trump campaign, and basically, by extension, blame Assange for what liberals saw as, the decline of US democracy. The first article was entitled Russia's Secret Plot to Help Julian Assange Escape from the UK. And it used anonymous sources to basically claim that in 2017 there was a secret plan to spirit Julian Assange away to Russia so that he could evade justice in the US based on the release of classified material. The Guardian has since had to walk back on this, but of course it didn't get nearly the attention that it did in the first place, and it was based on totally faulty material. Me and Pablo spoke with the lawyer that was representing Assange at the time, Aitor Martinez, who basically explained what actually happened, and it wasn't a Russian plot to spirit Assange out of the UK. It was actually a plan, a totally legal plan to offer Assange diplomatic immunity so that he could be transferred to a third country that would not extradite him to the US, where he faced torture and potentially, potentially could be killed for his journalism. And of course, we now find out that the CIA had active plans to murder him while he was in the Ecuadorian embassy in London. Now, the other article that The Guardian published about Assange was entitled Paul Manafort held secret talks with Assange in Ecuadorian embassy. Now, this has been basically as disproved as an article can get. The Guardian was forced to add sources say to this article because it became immediately clear that they couldn't substantiate their reporting with any facts. And this is just such a shameful case of British journalism just going to the dogs. This is effectively a fake news article that remains on the Guardian's website that they haven't been able to substantiate. And it gets even worse because now we find out, me and Pablo, that one of the Guardian's journalists was aware that the company that was supposed to be protecting Assange in the Ecuadorian embassy in London, called UC Global, was in fact spying on him. And one of the Guardian journalists at the time was asking for the transcripts of Assange's private conversations with the Ecuadorian head of intelligence called Rami Vallejo. And so they were aware that the UC Global was going far beyond its normal security and protecting Assange. It was actually spying on him. This wasn't reported. So you can tell what questions the Guardian was asking, and that they really had a bit of a vendetta against Assange, and basically scrapped all normal journalistic practices in its campaign to destroy him. And the effect that this media campaign has been to remove journalistic and liberal and society writ large solidarity with Assange in such an important case, which what we're looking at is the destruction of press freedom at a level that's really unprecedented. So that's my contribution.
Thanks a lot, John. And I think it's so shocking. The more I see, there's a book there, The Trial of Julian Assange. Maybe Stella will refer to it, but I mean that book is it's a really shocking expose by a former UN rapporteur on torture. And yeah, it's not only journalists, but I think everyone who cares about democracy should look into this case and do whatever they can to ensure that the British government does not extradite Julian Assange, because the precedents already set for press freedom and journalism are terrifying and chilling. So thanks a lot, John. You referenced Declassified. I forgot to say that you write for many media outlets, but primarily perhaps for Declassified at the moment, as well as doing your PhD on UK foreign policy in Colombia. Declassified UK, for those that don't know, is a relatively new website that's about 2 years old, that came about, that was created by Matt Kennard and Mark Curtis, an excellent UK academic journalist that's been looking into UK foreign policy for many years. And in a way, it comes out of a need for reporting on the UK security state, proper reporting, because of the changes at places like The Guardian that no longer now do any real security state reporting. So I would definitely urge you to check Declassified UK. And more broadly, I'd urge you to look into independent media. We have independent media. I'm a co-editor and founder of Alborada, an independent website that looks at Latin America, politics, media and culture in English. And I created that because of what I felt was the inadequacies of mainstream coverage of Latin America. So thank you very much. I'm going to move now to Stella. So Stella is, as I said, Julian Assange's wife, but she grew up in, here I've got your bio, so I'm just going to let the audience know, just in case. So you grew up in Southern Africa, you moved to Sweden, Spain, and then you now live in the UK with your 2 children. and you studied politics and law at SOAS and at Oxford, and you met Julian in 2011 when you joined his international legal team. So you said you're here with your 2 children, and you married Julian in March 2002 at Belmarsh High Security Prison. And for anyone that's been there, it's a very deeply oppressive place. Even the journey from London to get there on the train in the South London is oppressive, and yeah, but they have, I made a documentary 2 years ago about some of the supporters that gather there outside the prison and elsewhere to campaign, including my mum, actually, who's a former political prisoner, a Chilean refugee, a former political prisoner, and who has taken this case of Julian very much to her heart, because she, like many Latin Americans, understood perhaps from the very beginning that things weren't right here in terms of much of the developments that were taking place in Sweden. And as someone who's been on the sharp end of US-sponsored torture and oppression, she knows how the US government, what the extent to which they will go for someone who challenges their interests or exposes their criminality. So anyway, I'll leave Stella tell us more about the case and tell us about what's going on and what the next steps are.
Well, in terms of Julian's potential extradition, Priti Patel signed off on allowing the extradition in June. We're now challenging that before the High Court. We've submitted our arguments, but the High Court has no obligation to take the appeal. So we're in that process. There's no appeal date hearing, and there's no guarantee, actually, that the High Court will hear an appeal. So the situation is extremely serious. Julian has been in Belmarsh prison for 3.5 years now. He was arrested on the 11th of April 2019, and he's been in Britain's harshest prison ever since. He's not serving a sentence. He is there only because the United States is trying to prosecute him for publishing their crimes, including their war crimes, the highest possible crimes that exist in the international legal order. The charges relating to this prosecution concern the publications of 2010 and 2011, which came from an army source, Chelsea Manning, who was stationed in Iraq at the time and who was an intelligence analyst and was reading all these reports coming in from the battlefield and became a whistleblower and felt it was her duty to blow the whistle. And it was through the publications of WikiLeaks about Iraq and Afghanistan, the State Department cables about the prison in Guantanamo Bay, through which we learned the true, really the anatomy of the war on terror. You'll remember back in 2010 when these publications came out, these were they laid bare the reality of the war in a way that hadn't been done for a long time. During the Vietnam War, there were embedded journalists. But there was, raw reporting from the field, and then the U.S. military learnt its lesson and then found a way to embed journalists and only kind of co-opt the journalists that went to Iraq. So we had a completely distorted understanding of what was happening in Iraq and Afghanistan. And it was only through WikiLeaks that we got the raw data of deaths, of civilian casualties, 15,000 civilian casualties that had not appeared in any data, any account were revealed through WikiLeaks. 15,000, that's very easily said, but just picture the amount of corpses that is. Men, women, children, grandparents, and so on, innocent people. And this is what WikiLeaks published, and this is what Julian is being prosecuted for. And the U.S. has deployed a piece of legislation from 1917 in the middle of the First World War. They passed this act, which was immediately deployed to imprison critics of the U.S. effort in the First World War. And in fact, it was used against Eugene Debs, who was the head of the Communist Party at the time. And then for 100 years, it was never used. In fact, it has never been used against a publisher until it was used against Julian. And during the Obama administration, Barack Obama, his Justice Department, in fact, announced that it was not going to be, Julian was not going to face any charges in relation to the Manning publications, because the only way to prosecute Julian would be, in order to do so, they would have to mount a case against journalism, and they weren't prepared to do that. So what changed? Nothing changed. The only thing that changed was who went into the White House. And the Trump administration was prepared to take a case that criminalized journalism, essentially, and did. And so the charges against Julian in relation to the Manning leaks came in 2018. And it is, in the United States, it has long been a source of anxiety for constitutional lawyers and for the press that one day the Espionage Act would be used against journalists. And it has now. So that moment has come to pass. This is a political case from beginning to end. Julian is being prosecuted explicitly for publishing true information about crimes committed by the US government. The UK government has approved sending Julian to the country who he exposed, but not just that. The US government, as John was mentioning before, since Julian's arrest, we've learned a lot of detail about the criminality in which, with which the US was conducting itself while Julian was inside the embassy. And it's not just a case, we're talking about here not just exposing the crimes of empire, but Julian's case has exposed state-sponsored attacks on the press, on a journalist like Julian. And Julian is such a high-profile case that this, doing so by engaging in criminality against the founder of WikiLeaks, the editor of WikiLeaks, a publication that has won dozens of journalism and human rights prizes of the highest caliber, it sets a new international standard. So we're now in an age of total impunity. This is what we're talking about today, you know, of attacks on journalists, including high-profile journalists like Khashoggi, like Shireen Abu Akleh, and like Julian Assange. And this is a we've now entered a new paradigm, and it's not just, you know, if they can go after such high-profile people, they can go after anyone. And this is not just the United States. Any country feels licensed, and in fact is I don't know, empowered to do so. So it's a very dangerous moment, and with Julian, it's just simply incomprehensible that the UK is still going along with it. Like you're saying, John, with all these, with the Venezuelan gold and so on, it is undermines the UK's standing. I mean, who will put their $2 billion in the Bank of England now? They're going to go elsewhere, and in the long run, this is really going to marginalize the UK as just an appendage of the US. The UK has gone along with, so far, allowing the extradition of a journalist to the country that plotted his assassination, and this is just it loses all its credibility as a country of rule of law, or whatever you want to call it. It just the UK's international standing, its standing as a defender of press freedom, of a country that ensures the protection of journalists. All that is out the window now.
And before I move on to other speakers, I think it's important discuss what can people do, people that are tuning in the UK, but anywhere in the world. But let's talk about the UK. I mean, I know there's an event on the 8th of October in London outside Parliament. What can people do? Attend that, but what else can they do? Because this is a political case. I think it's clear that this is not a normal extradition. This is a case where the UK is colluding with the US government to criminalise and to silence the journalists that expose their war crimes. And so, given that it's a political case, what kind of pressure can be brought on the UK political class to maybe change, to not carry out this horrific extradition?
Well, because it's a political case, it all depends on perception. And, I'd say for people have to stop to not be just spectators of this enormous injustice. We don't just see history and our contemporary history play out before our eyes. We're actually agents in our moment in time, the little time we have on this planet. We actually shape, and we also shape by not doing anything. You sit at home, you're also shaping the world that you're in. So on the 8th of October, we're going to surround Parliament with this human chain. I was really surprised, actually, to find out that it's never been done before. There has never been a human chain around the British Parliament. This was a real surprise to me, and I think it's a shame, and there should be more of that. And so the first time, I think, is very fitting, will be a show of solidarity to demand Julian to be free now. And this is a loud and clear message. And you have, for example, you had the president of Mexico 1 or 2 weeks ago on the day. This is a very important world leader. On the day of Mexico's independence, as he spoke to the people of Mexico, he brought Julian's case up, and he said this is the most important case for press freedom and for democracy, and everyone, everywhere, including in this country, especially in this country, I'd say, apart from the US, the most direct impact of this case as a precedent-setting case is in the UK, because if they can do it to Julian, then no one is safe here from extradition to a third country. Julian is not American. The only thing he did was expose US crimes. And now they're going to pluck him out of the UK and take him to serve 175 years in the United States. This is intolerable. And I ask everyone to join me and thousands of other people. We're going to surround Parliament. We're going to cross the bridge, Westminster. And it's going to be a fantastic day to be able to tell people, your family and friends about 30 years from now. It's also hugely significant for Julian because his life depends on not being extradited.
Okay, so if you're in London, and even if you're not in London, come on the 8th of October. I think the details are on the don'textraditeassange.com.
Yeah, you can sign up on don'textraditeassange.com, and there will be information. You sign up, we'll send you information. 8th of October, it's a Saturday, 1 p.m.
Okay. And I think you can also, on a take action section of that website, there's forms to write to your MP and to put political pressure if in the case that, you can do that in addition to attending, but if you can't attend, you should definitely contact your MP and demand that Julian is not extradited to the US. Thanks, Stella. We're going to move to Brian now, who's been waiting patiently there in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Hi, Brian. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. So as I said earlier, Brian is a US journalist, but lived in Brazil for many, many years, I believe. And he's a real expert on Brazilian politics. He's a co-editor of Brazil Wire, an excellent independent media outlet, and also a correspondent for Telesur, a pan-Latin American channel, Telesur English. So thanks a lot for joining us. I know you're extremely busy because with the elections on Sunday. So thanks for joining us. And I know you're going to talk about Brazil, but also the connections to the UK government and yeah, I'll leave it with you, Brian. Thanks.
Okay, well, thanks for having me. I was initially planning on talking specifically about press freedom in Brazil, about the attacks against journalists going on. But, there's involvement of the UK government and the US government, obviously, in creating this situation in which journalists are so vulnerable right now. It's not a matter of argument or dispute or anything like that. It's a firmly established fact that the Operation Car Wash, or Lava Jato as it's called in Portuguese, was a joint United States Department of Justice and Brazilian public prosecutors operation with partnership from the Swiss Federal Police as well and the SEC. And when a group of progressive members of Congress made an inquiry into the DOJ's involvement in, among other things, Lula's political imprisonment, in its response, it said, we've been talking about our partnership on our own webpage since 2016, and gave a bunch of links. I mean, you can read about this on their own website, right? And now that it's come out that the entire time, thanks to the leaks by Walter Delgatti, the hacker, who's now facing 300 consecutive one-year jail sentences because the Intercept didn't protect him well enough, I guess, and for whatever reasons. Because of that, we also know that during the entire 5-year period between the immediate lead up to the 2016 coup and after Lula had been even arrested up to the elections, every 15 days, a group of 17 FBI agents led by Leslie Bakshi's met with the Lava Jato prosecution team. So to coach them through things like how to selectively leak things to the media to help your case and stuff like that. So it's established. And then as regards to British involvement, thanks to John McAvoy and my partner from Brazil Wire, Dan, and Natalia Urban has done a little work on this. We also know that there were meetings between high-ranking government officials from the UK government and the Bolsonaro family long before they ever, before Bolsonaro was ever elected president, to talk about things like trade. And there's a lot of work that has to be done declassifying more information about these meetings and whatnot. And then also you look, getting back to the subject of the media, if you view the media as Gramsci did, as part of the extended state that serves the purpose of upholding the bourgeois project, then the media was a key actor in normalization of the frivolous charges against Lula, normalization of the illegitimate impeachment against Dilma Rousseff, who the crime that she allegedly committed, fiscal peddling, was legalized by the Senate 2 days after she left office, because everyone did it. All the mayors, all the governors, every president since the dictatorship did it in Brazil. Bolsonaro's doing it right now. But above and beyond that, last week the Supreme Court ruled that she didn't even do that. She wasn't even guilty of the infraction that was legalized after she left office, that was used as a justification for throwing her out, okay? But I wanted to get into the question of threats and violence against the media in Brazil and how they've increased dramatically since Bolsonaro took power. Most people know, the best example of this is the assassination of Don Phillips, who did a lot of writing for The Guardian and The Washington Post. But also, as recently as last week, there was an attack against a woman journalist, Vera Magalhães, by a state member of São Paulo State Congress, taking the lead from Bolsonaro, who accused her in a very machista way during the debates of being in love with him, being obsessed with him, and calling her a disgrace to journalism. So basically, what's happened is, over the course of several years, the bourgeois media, Brazil doesn't have very good libel law. The penalties for libel are extremely low. They're symbolic, $2,000, $3,000 in reais, 15,000 for libeling someone. And this led to a climate in which the Brazilian media was able to misrepresent for years these false accusations against Lula and the Workers' Party and other Workers' Party's officials and whatnot. And this bled into or was, deliberately done by the international media. So we have cases where newspapers like The Guardian, for example, repeated on multiple occasions the lie that Lula's conviction was connected to a 44 million real bribery case with Petrobras. They even published this 3 days before Lula was arrested. During the year he was arrested, this appeared in several Guardian articles. What it really was a charge that was removed from the case in 2016, 1 week after the trial was forum shopped out of its legal jurisdiction in Sao Paulo to the friendly court of US Department of Justice operative Sergio Moro, who ended up in a cabinet ministry position in the Bolsonaro government for his work removing Lula from the 2018 elections. So what Valesca Martins, who is Lula's defense lawyer, has said over and over again is that the international press repeatedly refused to go to any press conference from the defense for years. All they did was repeated accusations from the prosecutors, who we all know now were working illegally colluding with the judge, talking on WhatsApp, on Telegram, that they knew Lula was innocent the whole time. So instead of actually trying to triangulate information and whatnot, you have a situation where even now, in the BBC 3-part documentary about Bolsonaro, which was released like 2 weeks ago, they just repeat accusations from the prosecution against Lula. If someone says Lula was accused of receiving 1 million euros in bribes, that wasn't even included in the case against Lula that resulted in his imprisonment. Let alone mention that, he's been declared innocent of 26 frivolous charges, So I bring that up, not just because of the European and American journalists repeating these kinds of lies from the Lava Jato operation, but because the Brazilian media spent years just repeating this disinformation from the prosecution team. Because ironically, since Bolsonaro has taken power, most of the big attacks against journalists in Brazil have been against journalists who work for these mainstream media outlets that actually collaborated in putting him into power, either directly or indirectly, by misrepresenting the charges against Lula for years. So leftist or progressive journalists like myself, I've received threats. I have friends who've received threats on the internet and things like that, but the biggest actions have been against journalists who work for things for media like Globo, which was founded by Time Warner, and then during the military dictatorship, to help increase social control over the population, for Folha do São Paulo, which supported the impeachment of Dilma Rousseff, and for other of these mainstream media outlets. So basically, this fascist monster that has now gone out of control in Brazil, especially in concern of, related to the persecution of journalists, has turned back against some of the institutions that collaborated in putting it into power. And this reminds me of a Brazilian expression: you can raise a crow and it will still pluck your eyes out. This doesn't mean that I or anyone else approves of violence against journalists. All I'm saying is that it would be useful for these mainstream media companies to engage in some kind of self-criticism on how they contributed to this problem right now, where we have such serious issues as the assassination of Don Phillips, which was normalized, by Bolsonaro's encouraging of harassments and violence against journalists. I'll give 3 quick cases. I'll give one more case. I've talked about Vera Magalhães. Patricia Campos Melo is a journalist from Folha do São Paulo. In 2018, shortly after the first round presidential election, she uncovered massive information, an incredible investigative piece of work, uncovering illegal use of the WhatsApp application, using big data, Cambridge Analytica style tactics to target certain segments of the electorate with lies and slander about the Workers' Party and about Workers' Party candidate Fernando Haddad. Everyone knew these rumors were being spread around on WhatsApp, but what she uncovered was illegal financing by the business community for this. After she released this story, the president of Brazil suggested that she had traded this information with sex for an Afro-Brazilian man, all right? So when Bolsonaro does this kind of thing, it's not that the Brazilian law persecutes journalism or journalists. It's that the actions of this neo-fascist president encourages millions of followers to harass journalists. And so after he said this, after he gave the green light, she was bombarded with death threats, rape threats, slander, flooding attacks on her social media accounts. You know, and we've seen this happen over and over again against mainstream journalists in Brazil who try to criticize Bolsonaro, or who actually do serious investigative work, uncovering corruption scandals, uncovering the relationship between his family and the death of Marielle Franco, and things like that. And so what does that mean? The elections are coming up this Sunday. These are the most important elections in Brazil since the end of the military dictatorship. You know, Lula is leading by double digits in all the polls. Bolsonaro spent the last year announcing in advance that he won't recognize the results of the election if he loses. Their allies on the military who are announcing that they're going to do the same, that they won't recognize the results. But an internal poll conducted by the Defense Department shows that the Army is not on board with this. The Navy and Air Force Command would support Bolsonaro if he tried to hold an auto coup next week after the results of the election come out. But the Army, which is over 2 times the size of both of those branches of the armed forces, would not. Also, the military police, which has like 26 different organizations, each one runs at the state level, most of them are not on board. There's a growing international pressure against any kind of auto coup. It looks like, I've got my fingers crossed here, but it looks like it's not going to happen. But let's say Lula gets elected, which I hope he does, takes power in January. It's not going to end this current climate of fascist behavior against journalists in Brazil. Undoing this kind of Bolsonarista mentality of treating journalists as internal enemies, you know, is going to take a lot of work, a lot of kind of like, I don't know, political education work and things like that, even in schools and in society at large, because I guess you could say the genie of fascist, fascism against journalists has been let out of the bottle by Bolsonaro. It's not just going to automatically pop back in there. So
thank you so much, Brian, for that update about cases that we rarely hear about, certainly in the UK media, and I'd say in the English language mainstream media. You touched upon that issue of the fake news by the right, because there's often this kind of theory or speculation that, you know, the social media and all of that will benefit the left and the alternative voices, but there is this whole use of this technology by the right that has been pivotal in places like Brazil, and now we're getting big tech criminalizing independent left-wing media in collusion with, you know, the US government. And so perhaps I think maybe Vijay will touch on these issues, and Vijay, who's been patiently waiting, is kindly going to also, I think I asked him if he could touch on the case of Shireen Abu Akleh a little bit as well. As I said earlier, Mariam Barghouti unfortunately couldn't join us. So, well, as I said earlier, Vijay, he's the director of the Tricontinental Institute, chief editor of Left Word Books, a prolific journalist. Every time I check, he's got a new book out. A prolific writer. He's always in different parts of the world, exposing the actions of the US empire, and he's a very eloquent voice for kind of a new politics that we need. So welcome, Vijay. I'm delighted that you can join us.
Thanks a lot, Pablo. Nice to be with you, Brian, Stella, John. Great to be with you. I just want to hold up that book by Niels Melzer you have on the table. It's a terrific book, The Trial of Julian Assange. If you read one thing about Julian Assange, I recommend this book. Niels has the benefit of of knowing Swedish. So he goes and spends a lot of time, in the records of the Swedish police and so on, demonstrating how the case against Julian Assange essentially was manufactured. It's a very interesting account from somebody, a high official of the United Nations. Pablo said, will you say something about Shireen Abu Akleh? What can I say? I knew her in the West Bank, in Jerusalem, a terrific journalist, 51 years old, went to cover some gunfighting in Jenin, was shot to death, working for Al Jazeera with a big sign in front of her that said press. The Israeli government immediately said that, well, she was killed by Palestinians. Then there was some softening of their position, perhaps crossfire and so on. When Shireen was buried in Jerusalem, it was one of the largest funerals that Jerusalem, indeed occupied Palestine, has seen in 25 years. At that funeral, the Israeli police essentially went crazy, beating people. The coffin almost fell to the ground. Really horrendous behavior. Some of that was covered in the media. And the point is that Israel eventually had to acknowledge that she was shot by an Israeli bullet, but there will be no justice for Shireen Abu Akleh. The United States government has essentially said, well, we'll leave it to Israel. And there it is, a journalist, a wonderful person, age 51, murdered, assassinated by the Israelis while covering a story in Jenin. There will be no justice for her. A case closed, I'm afraid. Her picture will come up as murals across not only the West Bank and Gaza and perhaps other parts of the Palestinian diaspora, perhaps in other countries out of solidarity, the name Shireen Abu Akleh will be remembered. But let me tell you something, we live in an extremely ugly world. There will be no justice for her. The Zionist regime is simply not going to allow the acknowledgement that they assassinated a working journalist. And here's the scandal. Shireen Abu Akleh is a US citizen. A US citizen was killed while doing her work as a reporter, and the US government doesn't care. Why is this a surprise to anybody? The US government killed a 16-year-old boy in Yemen, a 16-year-old boy who was a US citizen. He had no relation to Al-Qaeda or anything. His father had been previously assassinated by the United States, but why did they go and kill a 16-year-old boy, a US citizen? An assassination without any trial, without any accusation, and so on. If that is possible, if the killing of a young boy is possible, a journalist gets killed. That's the world we're living in. All this talk about human rights and journalist freedom and so on, be careful about believing any of that stuff. These people certainly don't. These ugly, ugly people with a lot of power at their fingertips simply don't believe it. They don't honor it at all in real life. And here's the evidence. I want to just make a couple of points. The first is I highly recommend a new article by Serge Halimi and Pierre Rimbert in the recent issue of Le Monde Diplomatique. You can read it in French, you can read it in English. An excellent piece where they talk about, they have a phrase which I want to share with you called true but unwelcome news. True but unwelcome news. I read that article, I read that phrase, and it really resonated with me. We are trying our best to put forward as journalists the facts of a situation, but it turns out that some of the narratives, the stories, the facts that we're putting on the table are unwelcome. Well, who are they unwelcome to? They are unwelcome to people who would authorize the killing of Shireen Abu Akleh or would allow a drone assassination program to go on even till this day. They find this news unwelcome. So what do they do when you produce true but unwelcome news? They disparage you. I mean, either you're in prison or other things happen. I was actually really surprised, and I very much hope people in the UK will read the leaked emails from Paul Mason, where this former journalist is in communication with British intelligence. And essentially what they start talking about is how they must characterize dissent as disinformation. It's a kind of black ops conversation that Paul Mason has with British intelligence. Striking to me. I mean, I know Paul Mason. I've talked to him many times. of course, I'm part of that email in the sense that he says, I'm one of the people whose writings must be now characterized not as dissent, but as disinformation. And this is an interesting phenomena. It's not restricted to somebody like him. You know this from the way in which the attacks come, this whole concept of whataboutism. I'll give you a quick history of that term. That term comes to disparage the Irish Republican Army, the IRA, when the British were bombing people's homes and places where civilians gathered in Derry, in Belfast, in other parts of the northern counties of Ireland. The IRA retaliated by attacking a pub in London. At the time, the IRA said, look, we're only doing this because you're hitting our civilians. And, you got this term appear in British newspapers. Oh, this is whataboutism. Instead of dealing with the fact that you've killed civilians in England, you want to say, what about something else? This is a term that has now returned. Anytime you want to talk about Iraq, for instance, or you want to talk about Yemen or Libya, people say, well, that's whataboutism. What you got to talk about is the crimes of Russia. Don't bring anything else in. It's a very interesting way to characterize dissent as what they call disinformation. Terms like tanky bandied about, to make people just look like they're not serious journalists or not serious writers or thinkers or whatever it is. Smear campaigns are legion, to basically take people out. You don't actually have to always assassinate a journalist. You don't even have to come out and argue with their ideas. You just make their reputations doubtful. That's exactly what they initially did with Julian Assange. You go after their reputations. You talk about something else. You don't deal with what they're talking about directly. You come around the thing and smear their reputation. It's not a new thing. This has been happening for centuries. But now the technology has made it very easy to get rid of people's reputations just like this. Very dangerous situation. And I want people to think about this. Reflect on that term from Serge Halimi and Pierre Rimbert, which is people are putting out true but unwelcome news. Unwelcome to whom? And why is this unwelcome? And what do they do when unwelcome news is put out there? Well, it's not just unwelcome news. It's not just the content of what we're putting out there. It's the form as well. You see, they don't want any context. They don't want any history. You can't talk about Ukraine in its longer history. You have to talk about Ukraine from the 23rd, 24th of February of this year. Anything before that, that's not allowed. You got to just stay in the moment. Do you condemn this? Do you not condemn this? What about trying to understand what's happening? Whether I condemn something or don't condemn it is not relevant. I'm trying to understand a long process. You can't understand what's happening in Puerto Rico now, where the hurricane has clobbered the island, unless you look at the context, you look at the way the island's financings in a colonial situation has been undermined, that they don't have the means to create a proper electricity grid and so on. You can't understand what's happening there unless you have the context, but they don't want context. So not only is it the content, we don't like what you're saying, unwelcome facts, but we also don't like the form in which you're saying things. The context, we don't want context. We just want to yell at you and say, do you agree with this? Do you not agree with this? By the way, Brian, I don't know if you agree with me, but Bolsonaro is the master of this. He says something in place X to some right-wing journal. He'll say that homosexuals should be killed. Then the mainstream will ask him, did you say that about homosexuals? Say, I never said that. That's fake news. Why are you bringing that up? Ask me a question now. I mean, he's a master of breaking context, saying different things, a complete insincere kind of politics. And we on the left are trapped because all we can say is, look, here's what he said here and here's what he said here. So he's lying. By the time you do that, the story is already out there and over. He's accomplished his task. Mobilize the right wing, get them all angry, and then confuse the voters at the center. He doesn't care about the left saying, oh, you're a hypocrite. The argument from hypocrisy never works. So we are, in that sense, formally also at a great disadvantage. But in closing, I want to say this, friends. This is not working around the world. People in different parts of the world are no longer interested in this. And, when I travel in countries on the African continent in particular, there's a kind of new awakening. People are just not interested in being lectured at by The Guardian, by CNN, and so on. They don't believe them anymore. You know, they're fed up with the kind of reporting that takes place in Western news outlets. But unfortunately, the alternatives are few. And that's part of the problem. The alternatives are very few. And this is one of the reasons why the West has gone to such lengths to disparage news outlets from, say, Russia, China, even the Middle East, you know, to insist that YouTube carries a disclaimer that these are state-sponsored outlets. BBC is effectively a state-sponsored outlet. You know, Fox News effectively takes instructions from the US State Department, but it doesn't appear with a, you know, disclaimer that these are state-sponsored outlets. They're worried about alternatives. They don't want alternatives to emerge, but people are not buying it anymore. The problem, I would say, is that there are no alternatives. And anytime any alternative appears, it gets disparaged. The smear campaign starts. Dissent or a different view is characterized as disinformation. This is a tough time to be in the media, honestly. It's hard to produce true but unwelcome facts. It's a tough time. I don't have any answers. I struggle with this right now as a reporter. How do I put forward true but unwelcome facts and not get characterized as a purveyor of disinformation? I struggle a lot with this. And I hope you will struggle as well. And I hope we find an exit.
Thank you, Vijay. Yeah, I'm sure lots of us struggle with getting some stories out that challenge these mainstream narratives. Well, I've been told we've got an extra, we've just got under 10 minutes. And I just kind of wanted to pick up on the issue of, I mean, we are here sitting in TWTtv, an independent TV channel, I believe in Liverpool. And I think this issue of independent media, I think given that I would say we all agree that the mainstream media has, you know, is not fit for purpose in many ways. Although I think maybe Stella, I'd like to maybe come to you and talk just on the issue of the mainstream media. And I think there's been a bit of a change in terms of the reporting on Julian, at least in terms of The Guardian perhaps, and other press freedom groups that perhaps before weren't on board. I think there is now a critical mass of journalistic outlets who are in opposition to the extradition of Julian Assange. So that's a welcome change. Could you just tell us a little bit first about that? Would you say that, and how useful that is for the prospects of freeing Julian?
Well, it's essential to that you know, these mainstream channels recognize the significance, the danger that this case poses generally for them, and I think they've come very late to the party to actually understand well, what in a sense they've been enabling for many years, and now perhaps because their legal departments have actually sat down and looked at this, and quite a few, not there hasn't been, you know, the level of reporting that there should have been. I mean, you just compare Julian's case to, for example, the case of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard in The Guardian. If you take The Guardian just as an example, I'd very much like The Guardian to match their coverage of Johnny Depp, Amber Heard's libel case, match that with Julian's extradition appeal hearing, and have the same amount of articles. That's certainly my expectation, but I'll wait and see if I'm disappointed. But in terms of their editorial position, yes, The Guardian, even The Telegraph, the Mail on Sunday, and in the United States, The Washington Post, USA Today, The New York Times, they're all editorially, institutionally, completely opposed to this prosecution and calling for Julian's freedom. And the same goes for virtually every press freedom group and human rights group that you can name: Amnesty International, RSF, the Committee to Protect Journalists, Human Rights Watch, and so on. In their dozens, they've come out and said that Julian has to be freed, that this prosecution is an attack on press freedom itself. but more needs to be done, because the fact is, when the polling shows that the average person just doesn't know the case. They don't understand the significance. Some of them don't even know that Julian's been in prison in London for 3.5 years for publishing true information about war crimes. They don't even know that he's left the embassy. And whose fault is that? That's no one's fault but the press. They have a duty. And if people aren't informed, it's because they're not doing their job. And especially in a case like this, where the consequences of this case, the outcome of this case will shape the new reality of basically the contours of press freedom in this country, in this very country, when it comes to reporting about the gravest crimes, about state actors, state officials committing crimes, about cover-ups, about torture. It's been criminalized, and as long as Julian remains in prison, press freedom has no chance. There is no possibility of something that we can call press freedom, and this has also a knock-on effect on freedom of speech more generally. But I'm a little bit more optimistic than Vijay, I think, on the media climate. I mean, I think there's a proliferation, and you guys are expressions of that, of alternative places to get information. If you compare it to 5 years ago or whatever, and WikiLeaks is an archive of millions of documents, that's not going to go away. And in fact, newsrooms use WikiLeaks material all the time. They don't necessarily say it, but there are investigations about, the killing of Pakistan's former prime minister, and all the time. You see, even on the BBC, they're sourcing from WikiLeaks constantly. So that's not going away. So the mainstream media, there's a lot to criticize there, but I don't think many people are paying attention. And like for the BBC, you look at the viewership and it's aging, and people go elsewhere, and I think there's a lot of that is at least hopeful, and people are also getting better educated because they see they are critical of the mainstream.
Yeah, I think I think certain developments, for example, in the UK, I think the vilification of Corbyn by the mainstream, but particularly the so-called left or progressive liberal section of was certainly provided, I think, an eye-opener for lots of people around the perhaps what I'd argue is the true role of the mainstream media. We don't have much time, but maybe can I just bring in Brian and John, given that you also both work for independent media outlets, Declassified, Brazil Wire. I mean, if you could, in as short a way as possible, tell us how hopeful are you about independent media as a means to challenge this? I mean, what can we do? What can the independent media realistically achieve, or given that is the mainstream reformable in any way? John, big questions.
Well, I mean, the whole point of creating and contributing to these independent media organisations is based on the premise that the corporate media is more or less unreformable. I mean, if you take any structural analysis of the media, it contends that it is what it is. It is unreformable, and in many senses, it's actually getting worse. It's going beyond, Chomsky's analysis in manufacturing consent, and we're jumping to the basic oligarchization of the media with Jeff Bezos and many others. Basically just taking over, such as the Washington Post, and every other week there's an article in the Washington Post that says in defense of billionaires or something absolutely ridiculous like that. So we're actually going further than what we had before with structural analysis of the media and the filters of control. But yeah, I mean, it is a hopeful time with regards to independent media, and I think Declassified, especially Matt and Mark, have published a number of articles on the Julian Assange case, which in my opinion, and many other people's opinion, should have been sufficient to actually get the case thrown out. So we have the information, we have people that are contributing in incredibly important ways. And it's just a case of making sure that we elevate independent media so that it can have the sufficient impact to actually have an impact on cases like Assange and others as well.
Thanks, John. Brian, can I bring you in on the same question, I guess, or any last comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, first of all, one quick last comment. The Workers' Party has an enormous amount of solidarity for Julian Assange on all levels of the party, from Lula down, from the people up, okay? Regarding independent media, I'm a little bit more pessimistic. You know, I've been involved in it now for like 30 years. And what I see is that it depends way too much on companies owned by right-wing tech billionaires, for starters, that manipulate algorithms. So some of the best independent media organizations out there just get shadow banned and buried. And also there's fake independent media. The US and UK governments are investing hundreds of millions of dollars in these kinds of like fake, they look like independent media, but they're not. And then there's independent media that starts off, develops a good reputation, and all of a sudden they're like rabidly supporting the truckers' strike in Canada, the truck company owners' strike in Canada. All of a sudden they've gone super like anti-vax or something like that in a climate when we know billionaires are financing media to do that kinds of things, and it discredits them. And so there's like this constant movement where you have to find other sources and new sources for things. Some people have really good reputations, you just see people being bought out. And I think with the way things are fragmenting now and the way that it's getting easier and easier to manipulate, for example, video and things like that, we're heading for a very complicated time in independent media, I think. I don't know what the solution for it is, because it's definitely not some other for-profit platform that, you know, is temporarily giving better access to independent media so that it can steal market and then start favoring the rich again, like all the other platforms do.
Thanks, Brian. Vijay, give us some last comments, some hope. Where around the media, around the political class, is it Latin America we need to look for? Where's the hope?
Well, you know, Pablo, the hope is everywhere. It's not just in Latin America. It's everywhere. People are struggling, you know, in this time when a UN report shows that 6 of 7 people around the planet are living in a condition of insecurity. You know, people just don't give up. They keep fighting. The problem for us as reporters is to create the means to take the people's story back to the people without having to go through money. That's been the problem for media for a long time. And I think recognizing that, diagnosing it is important. I think the future in people's media is to be rooted in people's movements. The movement itself needs to become its media. So many of our movements have neglected that. Political education has been neglected. The ability to reach your own members with the news, with stories has been neglected. You know, Brian is rooted in Brazil. In Brazil, it was so key that the landless workers movement started a media, enterprise, Brazil de Fato. So key to have the movement have a media which then, is able to develop an audience in the movement. We got to go in that direction. But again, let's acknowledge the fact that we are in a real difficult situation, and let's find a way out of that from reality and not from excessive hope, in my opinion. We've got to acknowledge that we are in a real trench warfare against some vicious elements who are putting money in to destabilize and to delegitimize people who are bringing true but unwelcome news. And we have to find a way to push against them.
Thanks, Vijay, for those sober thoughts. And I think we've come to the end. We've come to the end of this session. I don't know who that was. But I'd like to reiterate and renew this call for people to, those of you in London and not in London, in the UK and elsewhere, to come to London on the 8th of October to surround Parliament to help this essential campaign to free a political prisoner, to free a journalist, Julian Assange, from the ongoing torture that him and his family are being subjected to. and to do everything they can in the UK, to their MPs, elsewhere, to put the political pressure that is needed to prevent this gross injustice from being carried to its grotesque conclusion. So thank you so much, Stella, for coming and for talking to us. John, thank you for coming last minute. I really appreciate it. Brian, I know you're incredibly busy with the elections, and let's hope that we'll be celebrating the end of the Bolsonaro nightmare next Sunday in the first round with the Lula victory. And Vijay, as always, thank you for joining us and giving us your brilliant insights into politics and the media. And for TWT, for you looking and listening on the YouTube, support TWT. This festival is essential as a centre for political education, not just in Liverpool, but as you know, this is archived in YouTube. Share this video with your friends if you liked it. Contribute to TWT, become a supporter, subscribe to their YouTube, and yeah, we'll tune in next year. And thank you for joining us.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Great to see so many faces at this event. It's really packed. I think we've probably all been waiting a very long time to have this discussion. So, we have lots to get through and a ginormous panel. So my introduction is going to be very short. I'm going to talk about the areas we're going to talk about and introduce the panel, and we're going to get started. So the first thing we're going to do is have an overview of the Forde report from Alex Nuns, author of the candidate and forthcoming title Sabotage, and Jeremy Corbyn's former speechwriter. Alex. And then after Alex has done the overview, we're going to, with the rest of the panel, pull apart the 4 key areas of the Forde report. So the first one is the secret diversion of money to anti-Corbyn MPs in the 2017 election. And for this, we have 2 perfectly placed speakers, in Lynne McCluskey, former General Secretary of Unite and author of Always Read, and Steve Howell, a journalist, activist and author. In 2017, he was Labour's Deputy Director of Strategy and Communication. Welcome. Bombshell 2 was the evidencing of the way Labour HQ staff bullied, harassed and stitched up hard-working and committed party members, like Pamela Fitzpatrick, who stood for Labour in the 2019 general election, but is now an expelled member. Pamela will be telling us more about her experiences. Hi to Pamela. Bombshell 3, they just keep coming, from the Forde report is his description of the hierarchy of racism under Starmer and the lack of priority given to Islamophobic and anti-black racism. And we have with us Mish Rahman, former member of the NEC and highly respected anti-racist campaign. As well as Anna Rothery, former Lord Mayor of Liverpool and the woman who I believe would have been Mayor of Liverpool, were it not... I'm just going to finish it, were it not for the heinous and duplicitous behaviour of Labour Party staff. And bombshell 4. Finally, in a way, the biggest bombshell we need to look at, the corrosive and painful narrative that embedded itself in the public consciousness over the anti-Semitism crisis. And for this, we have 2 speakers. James Schneider, international chess player, author and former director of strategic comms. And we also have a video from Diana Neslin from JVL, an 82-year-old Orthodox Jew who has been subjected to 3 Labour Party investigations into anti-Semitism in the past few years. And finally, after we've heard from all our speakers, we're going to hear from a lifelong committed activist, anti-racist and socialist, the world's most dangerous jam maker and former leader of the Labour Party when it stood for something other than the national anthem, Jeremy Corbyn. Alex Nuns, we're going to start with an overview. Thank you.
Thanks, Chloe. Thanks for coming. It's 2 years, 2.5 months that we've hung on for the publication of the Forde report. So was it worth the wait? From the reaction of Keir Starmer, you'd think it wasn't. He said, I didn't need the report to tell me what we needed to take action. I've been taking action, which does make you wonder why he spent millions of pounds on a report he didn't need. From the media, of course, we got a completely different answer. You may recall that there was blanket media coverage. You couldn't move for journalists covering the Forde report. It was on TV all the time. Piers Morgan had several rants about it until he stormed off stage. Polly Toynbee lost her shit in The Guardian every single day. You may remember it slightly differently. But for those of us who are still Labour Party members and affiliates, and for those who aren't but are still angry, the Forde report begins to set the record straight, and I think that's the value of it. And it provides some vindication and a patch of solid ground that we can build on. I say it only begins to set the record straight because it isn't without its faults. It confirms the key claims made by the left about the Corbyn years, but its biggest flaw is its desperation to blame both sides on nearly every single point, as if an elected leadership with a democratic mandate and unelected staff who were resisting that mandate were equally culpable for factional conflict. But the evidence that Forde himself presents shows that that's not true. This wasn't a civil war, it was a wrecking operation in which the Labour right went above and beyond to ensure that a left leadership failed. Forde knows this, even if he can't quite admit it. He writes, to quote him, "Jeremy Corbyn's election marked the first time that the leader was seen as so out of step with the predominant political view of most of the permanent staff. This meant that the conflict reached a level of intensity not previously seen." So Forde identifies the root of the factional conflict, but it's interesting that it's Jeremy Corbyn who was out of step, rather than, for example, saying Jeremy Corbyn's election marked the first time that the permanent staff were so out of step with the predominant political view of most of the party. Nevertheless, it's established now beyond any reasonable doubt that when Jeremy became leader, he faced an implacably hostile party machine for whom battling the left was their first, second, and third priority. And we know that because it was documented in the infamous leaked report of April 2020, which is what Forde was asked to investigate. The great service that Forde has performed is to vindicate that leaked report, and I'm sure you all know that report was written as part of Labour's submission to the EHRC in their investigation. It was never submitted, but it showed the most horrendous behaviour. Of course, it was ignored by the media, dismissed as unrealistic by people on the Labour right, but now on all the main areas of contention, Forde has confirmed that the leaked report was correct, essentially. For example, the abusive WhatsApp group chats between the senior staff of Ian McNicol, the General Secretary of the Labour Party at the time, were not misrepresented, as those involved in them claimed. Forde says that they were represented fairly and they were as bad as we thought. He saw the full chats. He says they, to quote him, reveal deplorably factional and insensitive and at times discriminatory attitudes. You probably know all the highlights. They laughed together about how they hoped Max Shanley, a young left-wing Labour member, would die in a fire. They were abusive to Jeremy's team. They called his chief of staff, Carrie Murphy, a bitch-faced cow and talked about using her face for a dartboard. And of course, they engaged in what Forde calls expressions of visceral disgust about Diane Abbott, which drew on racist tropes. This is classic bullying behaviour. And I think the interesting thing about it is that in the standard version, it's the left who are the bullies. It's the left who are always supposed to be abusive, who are a mob, who are threatening. But now we see that actually this is seems to be endemic on those at the top of the party from the right. The WhatsApp chats also demonstrate that those senior staff who were running the Labour machine at the time of the 2017 general election took delight whenever the party polled badly, were dismayed when the party polled a bit better, and were almost inconsolable on the night of the election when the exit poll showed that Labour had taken away the Tories' majority. And that's entirely in line with what they were doing behind the scenes, which was secretly diverting money to anti-Corbyn MPs in what was called the Ergon House Project. And Steve and Lynne are going to talk a bit more about that. What we can also see from the Forde report is that this right-wing clique was more interested in purging the left than in tackling anti-Semitism. Forde confirms that supporters of Jeremy Corbyn were purged in so-called validation exercises. And to quote the report, "It is correct to assert that they did divert staff from a focus on complaints and disciplinary action on anti-Semitism." So again, the dominant media narrative has been turned on its head because it's not Jeremy's staff who were thought in action on anti-Semitism, but the reverse for factional reasons. The Forde report takes a sledgehammer especially to the story peddled by the BBC Panorama programme in 2019, which was that Jeremy's staff directly intervened in disciplinary processes in order to protect anti-Semites. That allegation originated from officials in Labour HQ via selectively leaked emails and interviews. Forde calls it, quote, wholly misleading, which is, it's extremely important. But what's interesting is that the case of those staff was originally based on documents. They said, look, we've got this email, which we've taken a sentence out of, which shows that this is what Jeremy's staff were doing. now that the full emails have come out, they can't use that defense. So now they just talk about, oh, there was some offline pressure. We were under some verbal pressure, which obviously can't be proved one way or the other. And here we get to the limitations of the Forde report, because Forde gives that claim some credence, even though it's not supported by the evidence, even though the same officials' previous assertions have been shown to be wrong. And even though on other issues, such as the validation procedures, Forde says that their evidence isn't credible at all. But in his desperation to appear even-handed, he lets them off the hook. And this kind of both sidesism, if you like, the desperation to blame both sides, appears throughout the report. For example, on anti-Semitism, Forde says some anti-Corbyn elements of the party seized on anti-Semitism as a way to attack Jeremy Corbyn. And his supporters saw it as simply an attack on the leader and his faction. Both sides thus weaponized anti-Semitism. If anyone can work that out, they can explain it to me afterwards. But still, compared to what we've had to put up with for the last few years, blaming both sides is at least a step forward from only blaming our side. So maybe we're getting somewhere. So was Forde worth the wait? I think it's important to have all this stuff on record. It matters that Forde, it doesn't matter so much that Forde chickened out of making strong judgments as much as that he put the evidence before us. And that will change the way that history recounts what happened. And it tells us about the tactics and the dirty tricks and the bureaucratic maneuvers that that will be faced by any left movement that gets close to power in the future. So there's something to learn from that. And it allows us to reveal the complacency of Keir Starmer's leadership. There's been no action over the revelations revealed in Forde. The hierarchy of racism has been denied. Those revealed to have been behaving appallingly have faced no accountability. So we should demand that action is taken in all these areas, even if for no other reason than to shine a light on the hypocrisy of the current leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Sorry, we have not very many mics. For those illuminating but frustrating insights. We're now going to move straight to Steve to hear about how money was secretly rechanneled from the likes of Tom Watson in 2017, and much more, no doubt. Over to you, Steve.
Thank you. I've got a visual aid here. This is the front page of the Daily Mirror on June the 9th, 2017. And it says, hanging by a thread, with a picture of Theresa May. And what I think we can see from the Forde report and what we now know about Ergon House is that that thread was largely provided by people within the Labour Party. And bear with me because there's a bit of detail with this, but I want to take you through that. After that day, June the 9th, it took her nearly 3 weeks to stitch together a deal with the DUP to cling to power. If Labour had won just 7 more seats, a deal with the DUP wouldn't have been possible. That option would have been scuppered. And 3 years later, we discover that Labour officials had secretly been diverting funds to a parallel operation to support their cronies in safe seats rather than to the key marginals that we could have won with that money. Forde puts this in the context of a disagreement on strategy. Our approach was, as Forde puts it, more aggressive in terms of winning seats. We believe the polls understated our position, particularly among young voters. They were not being adequately weighted in the polls. We believed our manifesto would strike a chord with people who were angry about the 7 years of austerity they'd been experiencing. And we thought an election would give Jeremy his first proper opportunity to explain those policies, utilising the media interviews and debates that come with a general election, with at least some semblance of balance because of the electoral rules. So that's why we were bullish. It was for good reason. And that approach of ours was debated within meetings with Southside officials. And they were dismissive. They said, manifestos, and this is actually a quote, manifestos don't win elections because nobody reads them. Young people don't vote, period. And campaigns shift opinion by only 2 or 3%. So there was, in their eyes, no chance of getting to the level we were at, which was about 24%, thanks, by the way, to the horrendous attempted coup against Jeremy the previous year, the low level we were at in the polls to anything that would remotely challenge the Tories. On every count, they were proved completely wrong. But right or wrong, the bottom line was Jeremy was elected leader, and it was his call to make about the strategy for the election. And oh dear, is that me? Is that feedback from me?
No, I think you're fine now.
Okay.
It's just a thing.
Just a thing. Okay. But so we had that problem. We had that wrangle over strategy. But we faced another problem, which was lack of money. While Jeremy could visit these key marginals that we were trying to win, there was virtually no money for national campaign spending, for newspaper ads, for digital advertising, for direct mail, for all the things you need, like videos in a campaign. The turning point came on May the 4th, when Union General Secretaries gathered at Southside. Lynne was there. Jeremy gave an opening pitch to them, and I presented three campaign budget scenarios. And after that meeting, the money began to flow from the unions, especially from Unite, 2.25 million, but also Communication Workers Union, TSSA. Quite a number of unions started coming forward with contributions. And at the same time, small donations from people like yourselves, averaging about £20, were flooding in online at a faster rate than had been seen in 2015. So suddenly our financial position made the discussion on targeting much more meaningful. And by then also, it was becoming clear that the polls were moving in our favour. In fact, on May the 16th, the Financial Times carried a piece talking about a Corbyn bounce. By then, because of this evidence and because of the money, we were even more determined to expand the target list in terms of constituencies. And we've told Southside officials in no uncertain terms, and I submitted a dossier of evidence of emails on this to expand the list. But what we didn't know is in that very week when the Financial Times was talking about a Corbyn bounce, what Southside officials were doing was siphoning money off to Ergon House. And 20 staff were based there as well, by the way, which is not to be forgotten because that would have also cost a lot of money. £135,000 spent on campaign materials and 20 staff. Forde confirmed the facts of this. Like Alex was saying, it's good to have those facts on the record. He said it's unequivocally wrong. He said it's a breach of an implied duty of good faith. The trouble is, he then, as Alex was saying, goes into this plague on both your houses mode, and he whitewashes the arguments, two in particular, given by those involved in this conspiracy as mitigation. Firstly, the report claims that the approach of both sides to resource allocation was coloured by factional concerns. A conclusion Forde reaches, even though bizarrely, he also admits he was unable to establish the full truth of allegations that close allies of Jeremy's were provided with additional support. Unable because it's untrue. We were working purely on the basis of winnability. We had to gain seats, and we couldn't afford to be picky about who the candidates were in those seats. The only specific example I've ever seen of anyone supporting this theory that we were factional about how we wanted to allocate or did allocate money is to do with, and bear with me here, it's to do with the Wakefield Express. No disrespect to the Wakefield Express. And it's true that John Trickett's constituency, Hemsworth, is in the circulation patch of the Wakefield Express. But I made the decision, I've got the email, in fact, I've got a copy of it with me. I made the decision to sign off that advert in the Wakefield Express, and the email itself mentions the fact that it covers Mary Creag's constituency. And I don't think anyone can say Mary Creagh is a close ally of Jeremy Corbyn's. So that was the basis on which that decision was made. And that's the only example I'm aware of in the public domain of evidence, and it's spurious. And I wasn't, unfortunately, asked by Forde to answer this allegation, which frankly is an allegation mainly made against me because I was purely office-based during the campaign and I was signing off these things because people like James and Seamus were out on the road at the time. So that's one thing where Forde whitewashes, I think, the behaviour of the Southside officials. The second way he does it is to argue that it didn't lose, what they did didn't lose the part of the general election. And I think this word lose is carefully chosen because no one's arguing that we would have won enough seats to have an outright majority. I think that's a bit of a stretch. But he didn't say what they did didn't make any difference. And he wouldn't say that because it's virtually certain that spending that money in winnable marginals would have swung some of them. The obvious point is you wouldn't bother raising money if it didn't make a difference. And you wouldn't bother secretly siphoning it off if it didn't make a difference. Campaigns need money. So another spurious argument. But let me be a bit specific about this. Think back to May 31st, 2017. It was the day Jeremy took a late decision to take part in the BBC TV debate. And behind the scenes, it was also the print deadline for the final Get Out the Vote direct mailer. We were told by Southside officials that there was only £50,000 left of Unite's money to spend on 12 winnable seats. The rest of it, I mean, other money for the direct mail was going to constituencies we held. This was for the direct mail for the Get Out the Vote mailer. So we were only able to add 12 constituencies, and each of them would get 15,000 leaflets. Had we had the £135,000 at that point from Ergon House, we could have added a further 35 seats to the list for that final mailer, targeting 500,000 voters. Would it have made a difference? Well, of those next 35 seats, thanks. Of those next, can you hear me? Of those next 35 seats, we won 14 of them anyway. But we missed out on a further 7 very narrowly by just 451 votes on average. One of them, Southampton Itchen, was lost by just 31 votes. Would a mailing to 15,000 voters in Southampton Itchen just before polling day have won us that seat? Almost certainly, in my opinion. So there's a very credible basis for saying that the resources siphoned off cost us some seats, and possibly the 7 seats needed to stop the Tories saving themselves with the deal with the DUP. Now, at that point, if we'd thwarted that, Jeremy might not then have been able to form a government. It would have been difficult with the SNP and Lib Dems. But a deadlock would have led to another election within months, almost certainly, in a situation where we clearly had momentum. So their deception definitely helped give Theresa May the thread she was clinging to. I get trolls on Twitter saying to me, get over it. But if this is water under the bridge, why do Blairites spend so much time trying to rewrite the history of that election? Why did Peter Mandelson, for example, tell King's College students that those who voted Labour in 2017 were voting for Remain, not for socialism? Why did he spin it as a rerun of the referendum, with Remainers switching from the Lib Dems to Labour and Leavers going to the Tories? He must know that more UKIP voters switched to Labour in that election than Lib Dems. The figures are in the British electoral study. They're not my figures. Brexit was not the defining issue for most voters in 2017. That's why our vote share increased so strongly in Yorkshire and the West Midlands, and as strongly there as it did in London. If you look at the data, it's about 9.9% in Yorkshire, 9.6% in West Midlands. I think it was 10.4% in London. We were doing well in Leave and Remain areas. And that's why, of the 36 gains we made, more than half were in Leave voting areas. Emily Thornberry was right when she said just after the 2017 election that the manifesto was the star of the show. No disrespect to Jeremy. But I'm sure you'd agree. Absolutely. The manifesto was the star of the show. But they want to expunge that from history. They want to expunge that manifesto from history. They want to stamp out the idea that Labour can win from the left. They know those policies are popular, but they oppose them ideologically. And 2017 showed they'll do whatever it takes to block real change, even if it means sabotaging their own party electorally. We should continue to demand a forensic audit of the 2017 election and to demand those responsible be held to account. But I think we also have to learn ourselves that fighting for real change isn't ever going to be like a game of cricket. We have to expect those with a stake in the system to turn nasty when their interests are threatened. And we have to be better prepared for it next time, because there will be a next time.
To it. Thank you, Steve, for that detail. I don't want to keep saying a negative thing after each of these analyses, but it's so frustrating and painful to go back into this stuff. Len, I was hoping that we'll now hear about the finances, perhaps from the Unite perspective, but also I wanted to put the question to you, did everything that Steve just described, did that prevent Jeremy Corbyn from becoming PM?
Yes, definitely. You're going to hear a lot more than finances from me this afternoon. Comrades, I'm delighted to be here. Great to be back in my beautiful city, and fantastic to see so many people here, because it's activists like you that will make certain that what's happening to our party at the moment will change. And I would ask you to keep your spirits high, because it is our values that matter. It is our values that speak for the millions and millions of ordinary working people. You know, I've had a few good moments in Labour Party conferences over the years, but I'm much more delighted to be here today with you than in the conference. You know, it's a bit difficult to sing the red flag to the tune of God Save the King. Now, of course, we're here to talk about the Forde report. Yes, the leaked report. And I thought Steve's explanation and detail of that was first class. Let's just remind ourselves what the leaked report was. It was decent people, whistleblowers, who were absolutely amazed at the type of corruption and undermining of Jeremy's leadership that went on in the Labour Party. And they decided to leak the report. It was, I'm sure all of us have read, if not all of it, then the main bits of it. And it was staggering to see the type of things that were going on in Labour Party headquarters. And we're talking about senior people. We're talking about the General Secretary, Ian McNichol. We're talking about Emily Oldknow. We're talking about John Stolliday and Patrick Hennigan, people at the highest level of our party who set about a systematic attack to undermine Jeremy Corbyn. Absolutely disgraceful. The attacks on individuals was awful. Alex has touched on some of that. Homophobic, sexist, misogynist, racist, absolutely despicable. But not to worry, the Labour Party has dealt with them. They're all suspended. Oh no, they're not. Sorry, I got it wrong. They're not suspended. There's hundreds of decent socialists who've been suspended, but not these people. Not these people who have betrayed millions and millions of ordinary people, not just activists like ourselves, We're ordinary working people who for decades have seen Labour as their party and hoped that they would get in. And of course, when Jeremy came along, he brought with him that biggest emotion, most important emotion of all, and that is hope. And millions flocked to it. More people voted for Jeremy Corbyn in 2017 in England than voted for Tony Blair. So much for the right-wing media, the scum media, trying to suggest that Corbynism wasn't really the type of thing that ordinary British people would go for. Utter nonsense. But when the leaked report came out, instead of being shocked at the contents of it, our great leader, Starmer, decided that he would want to set up an investigation to try and weed out who had leaked the document. Can you believe it? When I was General Secretary, I said, if we ever do find out, then I'll strike a medal and give it to them. Now, Steve's talked about Aegon House, you know, it really, really beggars belief. You have a situation here which is not only immoral, it is illegal, in my opinion. People should be going to jail over what happened. There's no doubt about that. And Steve makes the point, would it have made a difference? Well, of course, it would. Southampton is a great example, 31 votes. Do we think that if money hadn't have been ploughed into these seats, Labour wouldn't have won? Of course we would have won. And it would have prevented the dodgy deal that May did with the DUP. And incidentally, and this is where I slightly disagree with Steve, it would have put Jeremy in number 10 because Labour would have formed a minority government. And I'll tell you why, comrades. Jeremy would have presented a package, the Queen's speech, and would have effectively challenged the SNP and the Liberals to vote against it. And they would not have voted against it. Because to vote against it would have meant going back for another general election, and the people of Scotland in particular would have rejected the SNP out of hand. So Jeremy Corbyn would have been in number 10. There's no doubt in my mind about that. And that's what these individuals did. They robbed us of that opportunity, an opportunity I've been waiting for all my life, to have a decent person as Prime Minister carrying out radical programme, radical policies. Labour's whole existence, 120 years ago, put together by people like us, was to shake the establishment, challenge the establishment, bring about the irreversible shift in the balance of power in favour of working people. This man would have done that. This man would have done that. Comrades, there's no doubt in my mind, and if all of you haven't seen the Al Jazeera programme last night, then I'm sure you'll catch up on it. And there's two more programmes which will highlight the sinister level of corruption that's going on inside our party at the moment. I'm not talking about differences between right wing and left wing. That has been the case since the beginning of the Labour Party. Debate, differences are good. They generate the mind. No, this is something much more sinister. It's completely different and it's alien at this stage in our evolution in the Labour Party. Even during the Blair years, where the left was marginalised, the reality was there was still debate. Some of the things that are happening now are nothing short of disgraceful. And we have to do something about that. And that's why this meeting tonight is not just about Forde. It's much, much deeper than that. It's about saving our party. a party that is moving at a rate of knots to the right, to the extreme right, and ready to go off the precipice. And it's deliberate. It's deliberate, comrades. Can you imagine what happened in 2017 in the establishment? I don't mean the right wing of the Labour Party. Most of them are just flotsam and jetsam. I'm talking about the real establishment. They would have met in their clubs and their meeting rooms, and they would have said to each other, what the fuck has just happened? How have we allowed a man like Jeremy Corbyn to get this close to power? And their mates across the sea in the States would have been saying to them, hey guys, what the hell has just happened? How have you allowed Jeremy Corbyn to come within an inch of power? Jeremy would have been the first Prime Minister ever not to be enthusiastic, and that's a euphemism, of the North Atlantic Treaty. He would have done in the first week the recognition of Palestine as a state. This, comrades, would have terrified. And they made a decision there and then to destroy Jeremy Corbyn, to destroy Corbynism, to destroy anybody close to Jeremy and close to Corbynism. Even to the point, I was speaking to Naomi before, even to the point of attacking Jewish members of our party. Because, in case you didn't know, they're not the right kind of Jew. They support Corbyn. They support radical change. They oppose the most right-wing Israeli government. Not the right of Israel to exist, but the most... They do that in a principled manner, and yet they are continually attacked for it because it doesn't fit in to the strategy. And what the establishment have done, and the establishment have tentacles everywhere, including in the Labour Party, Mandelson, probably Blair, and a number of others. And they've come up with Starmer, who is a puppet for them, a tool for them to use. And the Starmeroids who are around him. Somebody told me before that Starmeroids rhymes with hemorrhoids, so it's pretty close. The fact of the matter is that they have now set out to destroy the socialist heart of Labour. 120 years ago, Labour was created. Was it a socialist party? Not fully, but there was a strong socialist trend within our party, often called the heart and soul of our party. And it's been in the minority for most of those 120 years. It's emerged on occasion, certainly under Jeremy. And they are intent not to marginalise the left, but to destroy that soul. And that's why you get the likes of Rachel Reeves talking about 200,000 members left the Labour Party, a price worth paying to get rid of anti-Semites, 200,000 anti-Semites. It's an absolute disgrace what is happening. And it's up to us to kind of resist that and do everything we can. I think it was Edmund Burke who once said that for evil to prosper, good men and women need to stand silent. Well, we're not going to stand silent. We're going to continue to fight for our beliefs and our values. And the real reason that they hated Corbyn, hated Corbynism, was because we're the ones with the vision to make a better world, a more peaceful Britain and world. The right wing haven't got any ideas. If you notice, since 2008, the collapse of New Labour, they say nothing, absolutely nothing. It is us that have the values. It is us that give a vision. That's why in 2017, millions of people flocked to this man because of the radical nature of the policies that we were presenting. Ours is the vision for the future, for our kids, for our retired members, for the people who fight for justice. And I urge all of you, delegates, if you get a chance to get to the platform during this week, ask the table about the Forde report and what are they doing about it. Make certain that they know that we are still here. Because I am very confident that the strength of what we believe in still holds the resonance amongst millions of our people. I jumped in a taxi before and a Scouse taxi driver said, I know you, Len, blah, blah, blah. And he went on to tell me he's never been really interested in politics until that Corbyn fella came along. He said, I joined the Labour Party, I'm not in it anymore, but he gave us something that I hadn't heard, and that has to be held. Forget about 2019, that was about Brexit and nothing else. Don't let them eradicate what happened in 2017, because that's the way forward for all our people, and that's our historic task. Thank you, comrades.
Did anyone else feel like crying after watching that last segment? Because, them speeches there, they were something else, you know. I'm not going to lie, I've watched it twice now already. Like, it's just the truth, innit? But, anyway, talking about the truth, I got an exciting guest with me. Do you want to know who it is? Yeah. Sorry, for those of you at home, I know you answered. You know how it works, right? You guys here, you got to interact with me, okay? Right? So we're going to just test something out. Round of applause. No. Round of applause. There we go. Listen, you got Owen coming on soon. You need to be real loud for that one. Trust me, okay? And when I say something really exciting, what do? Hey. So our next guest is, actually you have to excuse my voice as well. Sorry, guys. It's been a busy few days. Our next guest is Huda from Palestine Action. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Good to be here.
That's exciting news. We're going to get there. Don't worry. We'll get there. My next guest is Huda from Palestine Action. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah. Can't hear me say it.
The people at home can hear you. It's fine.
Okay, they're doing well.
They're the most important ones. You guys just need to make noise. No, I'm joking. We love you too. Yeah, man. Palestine Action. You've had a busy couple of years, right?
Yes.
Oh my day. Like the first time we spoke was summer 2020, I think. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was about then.
Yeah.
And you guys were targeting Oldham and the HQ in London of Elbit Systems.
Yeah, well, we target from the start, we've been targeting all 10 Elbit sites. Mm-hmm. And yeah, now we're down to 8 sites of Elbit Systems.
So for those people that don't know, what happened to the other 2?
Well, they got shut down.
And why did they get shut down? That's it.
Well, they got shut down because we're a direct action movement, right? And just for some context, Elbit is Israel's largest arms firm who literally market their weapons as battle-tested on the captive population of Gaza. And they freely operate, they used to freely operate in this country, building these weapons and then selling them on to other oppressive regimes across the world, also to be used against refugees trying to seek safety in this country. So since July 2020, we've been taking direct action, which means storming their headquarters, blocking the doors and the gates to their factories and offices in Britain, climbing onto their roof, breaking inside and damaging the weapons so that they can't make these weapons which are used to kill people across the world anymore. And it got to a point where the factory in Oldham matched with direct action, and the community started coming out every week to protest against that factory. And it reached a point where basically Elbit just had to pack their bags and leave Oldham. They couldn't afford to stay there. And that's exactly what we planned, to leave them with no option but to leave.
Yeah.
And then, with the London headquarters, it was a similar story, really. We just kept hammering them, quite literally. And, it culminated in 6 weeks of just constant actions at their front doors. There used to be like this prestigious site in the middle of London. They had these fancy plant pots and like a hangover. And eventually they had to take all that down because we got on top of the hangover. We knocked over the plant pots and everything else. And then in the last 6 weeks, people just shut them down twice a week.
Wow.
And they just had to leave because they couldn't afford to stay there because they can't work.
It's amazing. So much credit to you guys, man. Absolutely fantastic. And I know a lot of the people that get involved, they're from the local area or wherever it is that you are. Recently, you were in my beautiful hometown or city, Liverpool. Yes. Could you tell us a bit about what you did here?
Yeah, so there was the Liverpool Arms Fair, which, shouldn't be happening anywhere, but actually arms fairs are quite common.
Imagine putting arms and fair in the same sentence, like, as if that's a vibe.
Well, it's literally how arms dealers get together, and that's their conference, We have this, they have their arms fairs where they're displaying them to be, Elbit Systems were there amongst many other arms companies where they actively show how these weapons can work, in the case of Elbit, in a population of Gaza, which has been under a brutal blockade for over 15 years. Most of the people there are children. And the weapons that they're showing, labelled as battle-tested or combat-proven, are then there so that other arms dealers or governments can go and see them, buy them up for themselves. And it's just how this constant perpetuating of war continues to happen because we're literally celebrating them and allowing them into our cities. And I think coming into Liverpool was just, that was crazy. And I think the work was already done because the locals here weren't having it.
Yeah.
You know, there was protests, thousands of people coming out. But for Palestine Action, we're all about direct action. And despite there being police all around the arms fair, you know, they bring it out, right? And they pull a dispersal order to prevent anyone from trying to protest outside it and protect the arms dealers. People managed to get on top of the roof of the arms fair, which caused quite a bit of disruption. And I think kind of annoyed them that people managed to get up there despite, you know, cops around every single corner. So, you know, we showed them that they weren't welcome anywhere. And, you know, we just got to keep doing it because not only do they have these arms fairs, these factories are literally making these weapons all the time. You know, often we hear about the fairs and these one-off events, but Britain is the second largest exporter of arms across the world, and we're a tiny, tiny island. Like, this is a massive problem.
Oh, don't worry. Liz Truss wants us to do more cheese stuff, so
Yeah.
might change it. But carry on, carry on.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, like, you know, a bit more on Elbit. And the fact is, you know, I'm Palestinian and Iraqi. And these weapons, right, we are in the imperial core, and this country has an imperial past and an imperial present, right? Like from the Balfour Agreement 100 years ago, which was basically Britain handing over the land of historic Palestine and basically calling for the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians. Ever since then, you know, millions of Palestinians have been forced out their homes. People are trapped in what even David Cameron called the world's largest open-air prison. People are being forced out their homes all the time. And Britain, every step of the way, has enabled it and encouraged it to continue to happen. And now we see these factories operating here. And, you know, they never make these weapons in front of the people that they'll kill, right? They're not going to make them in Gaza. They won't make them in Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen. And that's why for us here, we have a responsibility to do what we can and put our bodies on the line and in the way of these weapons. Because, you know, like, for most people, if you saw someone or you saw a child was about to get hurt, you step in the way and you try and do something to stop it. And it's no different. The concept isn't any different. And so that's why, you know, we do what we do in Palestine Action. And we know that it's working because these factories have shut down. But we've got 2 down and there's 8 more to go. So, you know, we're always open for more people joining the fight to shut down these factories. And we actually have a workshop at TWT. At Casa Bar,
Yeah.
I think it is, 11 a.m. So, you know, people can come down to that as well.
So do you know the history of the Casa?
No, I didn't even know where it was.
It's a bar that's owned by the dockers that went on strike.
Okay.
And, you know, it's a cooperatively run or community run. And so there are people of
Yeah.
protest. So it's quite beautiful that you've chosen that as your place. When you go in there, go in the back room and have a look on that. And this is for you guys here as well.
Yeah.
Go in the back and have a look on the wall and you'll see loads of plaques from all the different organisations and groups that have donated and some that are in memory of. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful bar. So what a fantastic place for you to do that. For the people at home that maybe aren't able to get here, though, are there other ways that they can support you online, money and stuff?
Yeah, definitely. So always needs money, to be honest. You know, it's probably don't need to say it, but like, you know, every third-party platform from crowdfunders, PayPal, you know, Patreon, donor box, whatever platform you can think of has taken us down.
Really?
And we know this is actually a result of direct lobbying or threats from Elbit Systems. So they're getting their lawyers to write up threats to crowdfunding platforms saying, you know, if you continue to do this, we're going to, you know, take you to the courts and bankrupt you or whatever, which, I mean, to be honest, they probably spend more on their lawyers than we raise on the platform anyway. So it's all disruption to them in some way or another. But you can donate on our website, palestineaction.org/donate. All donations are really appreciated. People can't make the TWT run and they're online. Check out our social media. Check out our Twitter, pal_action. And on there's a link to regular online workshops that people can also attend if they want to get involved.
I love it, man. You know you've always got my support. I'll always be around. Anything you guys need, especially over here at TWT. But yeah, Huda, and I know Richard's here somewhere, so everyone at Palestine Action, every single person that's ever been involved, like, we appreciate the work that you're doing. We support the work that you're doing. It is absolutely fantastic, and thank you for coming up here this afternoon. Can I have a big round of applause for Huda, please? Bigger, bigger, bigger. Come on. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, now, guys, we've got a good friend of TWT and a good friend of the left. Owen Jones is coming on next for his show. We've got a live audience here. They're all going to be donating on their way out. Make sure you guys at home are hitting that donate button, that subscribe button, and then the bell so you get notifications when the videos upload. Holler at us on social media. We're going to go over to Owen Jones momentarily. Go roll yourself something nice, drink something nice, smoke something nice. Peace and love.
Hello. Does that work? Am I live? Is the mic working though? Very professional. As you can see, a slick enterprise, as you'd expect from me. Welcome to TWTtv. I forgot my name. I'm Owen Jones. I'm a Guardian columnist and a Macaulay Culkin lookalike. We're here. We've got a very special show today. Very excited because we have, for a start, Clive Lewis, the Labour MP. Woo! Woo! Come on, yeah, come on, actually, come on.
They've been paid. We discussed this. They've been paid handsomely.
I've lost my voice. I'm sounding quite husky, aren't I? I just realised quite husky. Oh, before we start, actually, sorry. Just hold on a minute. Calm down, everyone. The world transformed. So the last few years have been, I think, a bit. You know, they've taken us. Dramatic. They've taken us toll. Last year, 10 years, it's taken its toll. We've taken the scenic route to socialism. I think it's fair to say. But in this dark period, there have been glimmers of light, and one of them is the world transformed. We will build a world one day free of oppression, violence, exploitation, bigotry, and all the rest. And that new world is being born in people's imagination, and that imagination is being, is in full display at the world transformed. But it needs people to support it. It won't be possible unless people donate. So please give whatever you can. I don't know what. Just look up the world transformed and donate. But maybe I'll come up with a better link afterwards. Right. Huh?
To put a donate button on your page.
Yeah, maybe there should be. I'm not sure it's going to appear though, so I don't want to just, caution to the wind there. Clive, hi.
Owen,
hi.
Long
Let's
time.
give him another round of applause. Clive Lewis.
Keep doing that. I won't have to say anything.
Yeah. The Labour Party then.
Sitting back.
Yeah. Well, this is my defensive, miserable position when I think about the Labour Party. Yeah, it's a big old burning skip in some ways. No, look, let's start. I mean, the Tories are in the right. Let's start with the Tories, actually. The Tories, Liz Truss, whenever you get a new leader, some people are like, well, give them the benefit of the doubt, maybe. I mean, she's absolute catastrophe. They're in meltdown. The economy's in meltdown. Some might say it's in the bag for the Labour Party now.
No, it's not. It's not in the bag. And I don't think anyone in the party, I know people are confident, but I don't think anyone is going to be complacent enough to think that. Not if you understand electoral history and the fact that the Tories have won 3 times as many elections as Labour. So you've got an electoral system stacked against you, the media, you've got a jury-rigged voting system, you've got the Electoral Commission now looking at boundaries that are likely to change before the next election. It's stacked against Labour. And obviously, there are certain things we're discussing at conference today, PR one of them.
We'll talk about that.
We'll talk about that. But I think in terms of this trust, don't write them off. I mean, they are backed by the British establishment of this country, a multi-billion-pound mega industry, and they will not let that go easily. So I think, whilst we have a lot to look forward to in terms of Labour being able to potentially form an administration, possibly a minority administration, that's now within grasp. I think you cannot underestimate the Tories, despite the fact I don't think Liz Truss even gambled with the economy. I don't think you can call it a gamble. What she did wasn't a gamble. I think she hates. I mean, the question you need to ask is, why does she hate working people so much? And what was their game plan? A £60 billion giveaway. And I can only think that the reason that they've done this could be a scorched earth policy to make it as difficult as possible for Labour. That's one way of looking at it. But I think the other reason is that it's like for them, it's kind of win-win. If this works out, if this thing works out, this gamble, for want of a better word, works out, she gets to stay in power. And if they don't, they've so trashed it for Labour, and at the same time, they've handed billions of pounds over to their mates. And I think that ultimately money equals power in our political system, and they understand that. So they're basically sowing the seeds for them to come back into power very shortly.
So Keir Starmer stood for leader of the Labour Party in 2020 on quite a clear platform, I would say.
10 pledges.
10 pledges. And he made all sorts of he's talked about party unity, all the rest of it. Basically, it was radical domestic policies plus party unity. That was the Keir Starmer programme. Let's start with party unity. So 200,000 Labour Party members have left, which is astonishing because it was, a mass movement, a mass membership party. A huge chunk of obviously left. But also you've had, the left aren't in the shadow cabinet, not represented on the front benches. And yesterday, a NEC member, a National Executive Committee member, said the work is not yet done. we've got to slam the door down to make sure the hard left, as they describe it, and never come back ever again. They want people like you out forever.
There's always been people like that in the party. I think the first thing to do is when someone's trying to push you out the plane, it's not to jump out. I think that's the first thing. So I understand why people have left the party. I do get that. I can empathise with the anger. I mean, obviously, people have been watching the Labour files. I haven't seen it myself yet. I will watch it. I understand that anger. But if you understand, I think there are two things. If you understand the history of the Labour Party, then I think you understand what it is a vehicle for, how it works. It has always, especially under the voting system we have, been in some ways, it was Paul Mason that said to me, the last line of defence of British capitalism runs through the shadow cabinet of the Labour Party. When you think about that for a second, you understand that basically there are two political parties. And the ruling party, the party of establishment, is the Tory party. But when they mess it up, or when they're no longer able to kind of hold on to the reins of power, you need another political party. It was the Liberals, but now it's the Labour Party that can then take over and not do too much damage against the material interests of British capital. And in some ways, that's where the Labour Party is at the moment. It is not going to be a transformative Labour government. It doesn't look like that, especially given what Keir's done on the 10 pledges. But frankly, people are desperate after 13 years of a Labour government, of a Tory government. After 13 years, 12 years of a Tory government, they're desperate. You know, look at the food banks. You look at the people on the streets. You look at the state of the country. You look at the people running the country. People want a change. We're in a position now where that might happen. But my problem, my concern, is that what we will see is a Labour government that will not change fundamentally who has power and control in this country. It will not be a transformative Labour Party. We've got a climate crisis, an existential threat upon us. We've got the rise of fascism and the far right everywhere from Sweden, Poland, Hungary. You know, Italy. Yeah? So the clock's ticking. And you know, what I don't want to see, and I think what a lot of people, many of the viewers here don't want to see, we don't want to see a Labour government get in, a euphoria, and then spend 5 years tweaking at the margins and putting in place minor changes, which then the Tories just come in and sweep away, like they did in 2010, after 12 years of a Labour government. You know, that Labour government made a difference to my life and millions of other people's lives. But so much of those changes were swept away, like they were built on sand. So that was the difference with Corbyn and McDonnell, I think. They were talking about transformative. Those pledges, that transformative economics, transformative power, you know, changing the structures of power in this country. And I think ultimately, unless Labour is prepared to do that, if it comes into power, all we're doing is setting ourselves up for another Tory government that will be even more right-wing, even more repressive, even more authoritarian, and will be even further into the climate crisis. And I think that's what makes me so despondent. So, you know, I understand why they want to push people like me and others out. I don't think all of the party and all of the hierarchy want to do that. But I think there's definitely an animosity there. I can definitely feel it. But my job is to represent my constituents and to represent those people in this country and in this party that want to see transformative socialism or democratic socialism, whatever you want to call it, in this country. And, you know, we're meant to be a broad church. I think there's room for people like me in this party. I think there's room for people like you in this party, Owen. But I admit, people are making it very difficult for us.
Well, I mean, one of the things that I suppose would worry people on the left is a lot of people around the Labour leadership, what they're thinking is there might be a hung parliament, for example, or a very small Labour majority, and that would give left-wing Labour MPs actually potentially a lot of power because, you know, if there's a backbench rebellion, then Labour loses its majority. Now, they have thought about that, and a lot of them, their view is just kick out those left-wing MPs, find a pretext, or, you know, one by one, salami slice, come up with excuses. I mean, is that not a very live concern?
Look, it is entirely possible, but it's not. I think as well, you know, look, there is some credibility to the argument. For example, when you talk about a minority administration and the fact that the SNP could hold the balance of power, and the Labour Party have been quite clear. They say that they would say to them, look, put up or shut up. Do you want to let the Tories back in? Well, that would hold for everyone inside the PLP. Look, we don't go around wanting to. I speak for myself, but I know a lot of other MPs on the left don't go around because we want to rebel. We want our party to be a decent socialist party that looks out for the interests of working people, whether they are black or they're white, has an internationalist perspective, believes in social and economic justice, and believes in our democracy. And that's not a hard thing to ask. And I think if our party, the Labour Party, is in power, we'd expect policies which furthered that. And I understand this argument that they're going to want to try and get some of those left MPs out. I think if you keep on talking about it and asking for it and wishing for it, it's likely to more likely to come true. And I just think ultimately, look, being in the Labour Party, it's like a gym membership. You can say, oh, I've had enough, and rip your card up, or try and rip your card up. If you've tried it, it's pretty difficult. And throw it back. I've seen someone that tried it before. It's very embarrassing. You can do that. But ultimately, this is about class politics. It's not called the struggle for nothing. It's tough. And if you understand the history of the Labour Party, you understand that it's been like this way for quite a while. It doesn't mean it's always going to be this way. And I think what we experienced under Corbyn in the last 5 years spoiled a lot of people. It's not where we usually are. And I think for some people it was the culture shock was too much. For those of us that have been in the party for a long time, Corbynism was like it was like all your Christmases come at once. But you could see it in the context of where the Labour Party had come from and the history of the Labour Party. I think for people who come in perhaps just new to politics, new to Labour politics, there's been a real big shock, and I think it's driven some of them away. And I understand that. I really do empathise with that.
So you're a big supporter of proportional representation. I was talking to one Labour MP today, and he said, well, look, if you're on the doorstep, this ain't what people are talking about. They're talking about bread and butter issues that affect them, their families and communities. They're not talking about the electoral system. He said it was a very Westminster-focused thing. So, yeah, obviously I want you to take that argument on. But also, whatever conference thinks, Keir Starmer is not going to introduce proportional representation. And I think one of the reasons he won't is because, having taken on the left and the Labour Party and marginalised it, he knows there would be a separate left party, and then they would have to form a coalition with it. And in France, you've seen the more radical left party overtake the French equivalent of the Labour Party. So
yeah, we can talk a bit about second guessing what would happen if PR came in. We can go on to that. In terms of this isn't what people are talking about on the doorstep, that's bollocks. And that MP, that shadow cabinet member, knows it. I'll tell you why it's
wasn't.
I'll tell you why that Labour MP is talking bollocks. All PR is about power. Who wields it? Who has it? Okay, it's about a voting system is the very basis of a democracy. And if you have a voting system that is stacked in favour of the ruling elite and establishment, which means that a narrow set of swing marginal constituencies and the issues which the plutocratic media tell them are the issues, that allows them to be able to disrupt our politics, to be able to dictate what those issues are, what the Labour Party gets to talk about. If that isn't about power, all people have been talking about, 2008, the crash in 2008, that's about power. It was about who was going to pay for the deregulation that the Tories and successive governments allowed to happen in the banking and financial institutions. Who was going to pay for that? In the end, the power was with British capital because we picked up the tab in the form of austerity. That was about power. The Scottish referendum, where is power situated? In Westminster and London or in Glasgow? That was about power. Brexit. Take back control. People wanting power. They wanted a say over their lives. Strikes are about people wanting a say over their lives at work. So the argument that PR is an irrelevancy, if you look at all of the issues that face us on inequality, poverty, the climate crisis, it is a failure of democracy, both domestically and internationally, which is causing that because people don't vote for homelessness. They don't vote for inequality. They don't vote for poverty. They don't vote for the climate crisis. And so that is a failure of our democracy and the fundamental basics of getting that democracy right. The key, not a silver bullet, but the key is PR. So I think those that say, and look, there's this guy saying, well, no one's interested in not talking about it on the doorstep. Gordon Brown and his leaked documents, well, they've just paid Gordon Brown and this committee to go away, this commission, to go away and look and talk about our democracy, about the fact that, well, they're not talking about the fact that we've just had a hereditary billionaire foisted upon us, with the full power of the state helping along with that. They're not talking about that, but they are talking about the second chamber. They are talking about regional devolution. So they are talking about power, and voting systems are part of that. So I get a bit angst and a bit angry when people say this is some kind of Westminster, Remainiac issue. This is an issue that goes to the heart of our democracy, and therefore it's important, because everything else is a symptom of that. So I think, look, what happens after that, the thing is whether Keir Starmer, if this vote goes through tonight, whether Keir Starmer and the leadership endorse it or not, the reality is in the last 2 years with the campaign for PR, hundreds of thousands of people have been talking about and thinking about our democracy, been thinking about where and how power is wielded in this country, and that's a win. That's a gain. This isn't going to go back into the box. You're not going to put the PR back into the box. You're not going to put the issue of Scottish independence. You're not going to put the issue of the British polity. You're not going to put the kind of the issue of rights at work back in the box. This is all intermixed with that. So I really feel that whatever Keir Starmer says or does, the reality is the British public, now more than 50% for the first time ever, more than 50% of the British public think that some form of proportional representation, i.e. their vote actually counting, should be a mainstream political issue, should be something that happens. So I think the march of history is on our side. And in many ways, look, whether the leadership or so say they'll accept it or not, the reality is this is now on the table and it isn't going anywhere.
Climate crisis, you mentioned that. That's been one of your big things for a while. I mean, it's quite a big issue, the future survival of human civilization, to be fair. It'd be kind of well annoying if we all get wiped out. So if we could avoid that, that would be great. Labour do have their whole their slogan is a greener, fairer future. They've got this £28 billion commitment. So is it fine now? Is Labour in the? It's all fine. We could just shut up and support them.
Look, it's great. It's great to hear this because it's a step in the right direction. But if you look at the Green New Deal that myself and Caroline and Nadia, who you've got on later, have kind of a championing. I think a lot of people think that the Green New Deal is just about spending lots of money on building new wind turbines and solar power and retrofitting homes. That's a massive part of it, clearly. And clearly there's an urgency now because of the energy crisis. But just as big, if you look at the legislation that we've put in, is this issue of democracy. I keep on banging on about this. Because what I see at the moment, because we're not pledging to nationalise and take back under public control our public transport system, although parts of rail, but there are big parts of it that aren't. In terms of our energy system, our water, what we're talking about, that £28 billion is basically going to go into the pockets, a large part of it, into the pockets of privatised industries and shareholders. And a big part of what the Green New Deal is about, it's not just about spending money, it's also a holistic approach to democratising the economy. So that means not just bringing things under public control, the key things that we all need in our lives, energy, water, public transport and things like that. But it's also about the Bank of England, which has a massive impact on our lives. That should be far more democratic and transparent in terms of the policies that it pursues. Many people here now will be paying perhaps up to £600 more a year on their mortgages this time next year on current trajectory. So what this is about the democratisation, not just of the British state, but the British economy. And that also means having control or more control over the City of London and financial interests, which frankly are driving the climate crisis. It means having more control over the energy companies, which are going around and now lobbying for more oil to come out of the ground in the name of the energy crisis. So this is about democracy running through, and that isn't at this moment, in any kind of scale inside Labour's commitment. So great that we're spending the money, but it's not great that we're going to be handing £28 billion to largely vested interests, and that, frankly, isn't acceptable.
Last question, because you've got to get you a busy man. I think I'm looking around the second oldest person in the room. The point I was going to... Sorry. That's funny, though. Young people, obviously, a lot of younger people were very inspired under Corbyn, partly because, it's the same phenomenon in America, Bernie Sanders, no spring chicken, a septuagenarian, now an octogenarian, that, those he most inspired were younger, not his own generation. That was true with Corbynism here. That's because young people in this country have been robbed of security. They've often, even, you get a university degree, you still often face being indebted, but also in an insecure working life, stagnating, falling wages, a housing crisis which defines the lives of so many young people. Where do you think Labour are at with young people? I mean, you know, if they scrap the tuition fees pledge, that is basically like a massive up yours, totemic up yours at young people. So where do you think they're at with younger people? Because it strikes me a lot of anti kind of left sentiment is almost a kind of spiteful resentment towards younger people and their demands.
Yeah, so I think if you think about the kind of the north-south divide, there's also been the divide between rich and poor, between north and south, hence the whole levelling up agenda. There's also been a massive divide by age in this country. And what we've seen over the last 12 years in particular are the material interests of a certain demographic in this country, people with property assets, people with savings who have benefited substantially from a lot of those policy changes. So I think young people will want to see a Labour government that, whilst it talks up the necessity to level up, about the necessity to tackle inequality, not just on incomes but on wealth as well, and that's important, but it will also tackle the inequality between old and young. Because basically what happened, you know, the generation ahead of me, Owen, the generation ahead of me, many of them, I mean, I know my mum and dad and my nan and granddad, they had, you know, they were living in council houses when they were sold off. Those public assets were sold off. And there's a generation of people, 2 generations of people, some of whom have done quite well from that. And look, I don't begrudge them that. I don't like the fact that council houses were sold, but I also understand that those people benefited from it. But it's obviously quite clear that when we look to the future, when we look at what young people have, you look at the debt that young people are going into now. You look at the fact that they're more likely going to enter the precariat rather than have a long-term secure job. What chance of a pension have people looking at pensions? What chance of a decent pension have they got? So these are issues that political parties have to face up to. But again, you know, it's imperative that young people feel that their vote matters. You know, it comes back to democracy again, because if you don't feel that democracy is looking out for your interests, if you don't feel that there is some future for you, then you either turn away from voting and turn away from democracy. And I think that's a concern, that as the climate crisis begins to develop with the rise of authoritarianism, with the rise of the far right, people, young people included, will begin to look for far more simplistic answers to the kind of demagogues we've seen in the past. And I think that's the fear we have. So it's imperative that the Labour Party has an offer for young people as part of a holistic series of policy offers, and I think that has to be front and centre. Andy Burnham was talking about it. I think there's a consensus across the party that has to happen, because they've caught short shrift for far too long.
I've got a parting gift for you. Breaking: for the first time ever, Labour conference has voted for proportional representation.
Boom! Yeah! Boom! And so I mean, look, if Keir and the leadership want to ignore that, and they
do.
They do.
Spoiler.
They do. But to be in some ways, that's an irrelevancy, because not only will Keir, I imagine, and the Labour Party, if it goes into some form of minority administration, which frankly, without Scotland turning around, and that isn't going to happen in the next couple of years, without Scotland turning around, it will be more likely to be a minority administration. You're going to have to work with other political parties who have vowed that proportional representation will be a key plank of any form of cooperation. Now, you can say whatever you want and play hardball before, but that's the reality. And the second thing is, this isn't going anywhere. The Labour Party has now joined the ranks of every other centre-left party in this country and across much of Europe to back a voting system which enfranchises people and doesn't disenfranchise them. And that's the basis of our democracy. And I'm over the moon at that. But I'm very clear. I'm not going to allow myself to be disillusioned by whatever statements or smoke signals come out of the leader's office, because ultimately they know that this is on the political agenda, it's on the table, it's not going back in the box, and it will be there at the next election and beyond.
Massive round of applause for Clive Lewis. Woo! Cheers, Clive. See you later. Amazing, inspiring. Yeah, I think just leg it. Out you go. Off he goes. Now boo him off. No, don't boo him. Now we've had one very special treat. We've got another special treat in the shape of Nadia Whittome, the Labour MP for Nottingham East. Come on. Let's go up. Hiya. You're still, hold on. You're still the youngest MP, aren't you?
Yeah,
I don't know why that wouldn't have worked. How would there have been a new...
Everyone always asks me that, but I was elected in 2019
Yeah,
and I haven't had an election since, so
Yeah. So it doesn't make any sense. Ignore me. Firstly, Nadia, how are you? Labour conference. Okay. I mean, I've been to Labour conference for quite a long time. And I've always had it's always been an emotional rollercoaster. What's your general sense of this Labour conference? Just sum it up.
I've mainly been at TWT, which has been
sanctuary.
incredible, as always. Taken part in so many interesting discussions, from free movement and the case for global free movement to young people and Generation Left. And I know there was an amazing session on the Ukrainian left as well, and so many things. At Labour conference itself, I haven't been inside conference hall yet. But I've done a couple of fringe events there. So the Labour for PR rally last night, so I've got a massive grin on my face to hear that that's passed now. And also a session on climate education with the National Education Union. But I think it's fair to say that the atmosphere feels different this conference to, say, how it did a few years ago, or even last year when we hadn't had a conference in what felt like ages because of the pandemic.
Yeah, one broadcast journalist said to me he noticed there were significantly less young people. And actually, I think that's true, but I've also seen, I need to phrase this quite sensitively, I think the young people I've seen are often what is sometimes described as briefcase Labour. So, sort of young people who wear suits to things when they're 15. And maybe kind of do the power thumb. Like this. I've ever seen this when someone speaks like this. It's like, all right, mate. Maybe like rehearsed conference speeches in their bathroom mirror when they were 12. Whereas a lot of the younger people...
First-time speaker, first-time delegate.
Yes. Whereas if you go to TWT, you're like, oh, cool, young people. And then you go to Labour conference, it's like, yeah, there's a different vibe there. Is that a concern? Because, a lot of those younger people... You look at them and think, wow, this generation, you're obviously Generation Z, I'm a geriatric millennial.
I'm just...
Well, you're a geriatric Zoomer, I'm a geriatric millennial. Yeah. Okay. But those generations have been screwed over and, they had a lot of hope. And this is what I'm talking to obviously with Clive. And it just seems a lot of those young people now are like, we do not, other than, unless we're briefcase.
Clive's way off being in either of those generations.
Oh, yeah, he's X. He's X. He's securely X. Sorry,
I'm just being shady. I don't mean it, Clive.
They just don't see it as a natural home. I mean, they'll vote for Labour, a lot of them, because they hate the Tories, but it's not like they're going, yeah. They want to...
It's not inevitable that just because people hate the Tories, and the Tories are polling extremely low now, so Liz Truss's government is now just as unpopular, or perhaps even more unpopular, than John Major's government was after Black Wednesday. But that doesn't automatically mean that the Labour Party is going to win the next election, even taking a rigged voting system out of that. We need bold, transformative policies to put to the whole of the public, including young people. But I think for my generation, we've really seen that we've been sold a lie. We were told, if you work hard at school, then you'll get a good job and then you'll be able to have security, but that's just not the case. Our whole lives have been defined by precarity, whether it's in the workplace for ourselves or for our parents, insecure housing, the existential threat of climate crisis. So we're not looking for piecemeal solutions to these very deep-rooted problems. We know what the answers are, and it's not surprising that such a huge proportion of young people blame capitalism for the housing crisis, for the climate crisis, that 2/3 of young people want socialism, and that is what the Labour Party needs to be providing. But it's also not just, it's never been the case that those policies have just come down from on high, like some benevolent old man had a nice idea, like, tell you what, we should introduce the national minimum wage. Like, all of those things were fought for by trade unionists, by activists, and that's exactly what we've got to do now.
Let's talk about the Tories. So, I have to say, if I look back at past Tory leaders, I could at least hypothetically see the appeal. I mean, I'm saying hypothetically, just newsflash, I'm not a Conservative. just to let everyone be... Although a lot of centrist dads keep screaming at me that I'm a Tory every time I criticise Keir Starmer, so maybe we'll just leave that. Anyway, but...
Maybe that's their thing, I think kind of talk about in therapy.
Yeah, I mean, half of them were voting for the Lib Dems 2 years ago. But in terms of, like, say, David Cameron, I got the kind of, like, he had a kind of Tony Blair type persona, which I could see why that appealed to some people. Theresa May, before she imploded, had this kind of, people saw her as like public spirited. She kind of cultivated that image, not flashy, but just had a kind of you kind of steady pair of hands. That's what she cultivated. Boris Johnson, you could see like a section of the electorate. He had a certain type of charisma and personality that appealed to them. Don't understand the Liz Truss thing at all.
She's like the absolute dregs of the Tory party, isn't she?
It's like that's what Joe Lycett said. It's just like the backwater. Yeah, I mean, I just weird as well. Like the getting really inexplicably angry about the importing of cheese. That is a disgrace. Like weird, just weird.
She wasn't even as animated as that, though.
No, she wasn't.
That might have made more sense.
It's just really weird. If you haven't seen it, look it up. It's so weird. Yeah. So she's obviously that at the outset, but she's imposing this unhinged right-wing ideological project, which has crashed the economy. I just wonder what's happening. Do you think with the Conservatives? What happened?
That is exactly what it is. I mean, if we let's look back at where Liz Truss came from. So 10 years ago, her and Kwasi Kwarteng co-authored this book called Britannia Unchained, and in it, it's basically talking about why we need free market economics, but it's like Thatcherism on steroids, and that's exactly what they've enacted in this mini budget on Friday. We've seen tax cuts for the very richest. So they go to the richest 5%. If you're earning, I mean, like who really earns £1 million a year? But if you're on £1 million a year, you'll be over £55,000 richer as a result of this budget. If you're on 20k a year, you'll get £157. Which is like a tiny fraction of your energy
wiped
bill.
out by rising inflation anyway, and all these other measures. So those people just get dragged down.
We've seen benefit cuts for part-time workers, which again speaks to something that they said in their book, that they said that British workers are amongst the worst idlers in the world, and because that's what they believe. This is completely ideological. And we've got more attacks coming in the pipeline, attacks on trade unions, and that's because they know that striking works, that organising works, and it's more important now than it's ever been for the Labour Party to stand with striking workers, to oppose the anti-union laws that are coming down the road, obviously to oppose the 2016 Trade Union Act, as we pledged to in previous manifestos, but also to scrap all the anti-union laws since Thatcher, because our laws are designed to make what the RMT, what rail workers, what postal workers are doing. They're designed to make that impossible. And what makes it even more inspiring, these workers who are leading the way for all other workers, is that action is not meant to be possible under this system. And if Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng had their way, it wouldn't be.
I think it's really interesting, the polling on striking workers, because historically, strikes by workers actually have often struggled to get public support. Obviously, we would always support them on the basis of solidarity, and because they're those were strikes for justice and all the rest of it. But so demonised and all the rest of it. Winter of discontent. The miners are a really interesting example of a defeat where they won public opinion after the event. So, the film...
kind of like the Van Gogh of
Exactly,
strikes.
Yeah. Because now they've got such widespread sympathy in quite a big cultural way, and a lot of the films reflect that, like, Pride or Brastoff. But at the time, derisory public support. They went down to 14% support for the miners by the end of the miners' strike, and they were really heavily demonised. Obviously, the enemy within Margaret Thatcher. It's really interesting, the polling today. It's actually quite unprecedented, the level of support, and actually amongst the working age population, quite a big margin in support. Unfortunately, I don't like generational conflict, but, baby boomers have decided to cultivate a certain belief system, it seems, and they're against the strikes, but the working age population is solidly for. I mean, that's what's happening there, because that's despite union membership collapsing by about half since 1979, amongst younger people who support the strikes, they're often least likely to be in unions. What's going on?
I think it's really not surprising that public support for the strikes is so high, because everyone's working conditions and pay is being attacked. Virtually everyone has seen a real terms pay cut in the last decade. Particularly for my generation, we're disproportionately kind of working in precarious work like retail, like care work. And that's why virtually every trade union is balloting for strike action now. So, yeah, I don't think it's surprising, and I think when the media kind of attacking Mick Lynch and saying why should your workers have a pay rise, bearing in mind like some of these workers are like railway cleaners and not nurses. Well, it's not worker against worker. It's not nurse against railway worker. Person who works in HMRC against care worker, because everyone is getting a rough deal at the hands of this government and previous Conservative governments. And people know that, and that's why there is so much coordinated action, and it's only going to grow during autumn.
It is building those coalitions. I mean, some people now are like, it doesn't matter what you tell me, I'm not going to stay in the Labour Party, I'm not going to join the Labour Party, life's too short, blah, blah, blah. And others would say, no, you've got to stay and fight, this is the party of the working class, there's a struggle to be fought, they don't call it struggle for no reason, and so on. But then others, want to focus their efforts outside the Labour Party. So how do you build a kind of coalition between people, whether they're in the Labour Party or outside the Labour Party, on kind of those big issues?
We need to be doing both. So the Labour Party needs to be the political representation of the Labour movement, of trade unions and workers, and also social movements, things like climate strikers, like people resisting state violence, police brutality. And it's really important that, I can totally understand and empathise with people who have left the party. I know that there's a lot of anger. I myself have been critical at times of the Labour Party, but I do really strongly believe, and I wouldn't still be a Labour MP if I didn't, that we need a Labour government, and we need it to be a good Labour government, to be one that fundamentally transforms our society. And in order for that to happen, we need to be inside the Labour Party, pushing it from within, also pushing it from outside, organising in workplaces, in communities. And that's going to take a movement even bigger than the one we built in 2015 and 2017.
If you have a wish list, what would be the big three things you'd want the Labour leadership to propose or support that they're not doing at the moment?
Is it cheating to say a Green New Deal, because that is kind of everything?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is cheating.
Well, okay, fine. You can unpack it and then I'll let you off.
Okay. You'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
So I've pretty much in every Parliamentary Labour Party meeting, I've been saying that we need a bold vision that unites the country, that there have been a lot of divisions in the country, and those haven't just appeared by accident. It's in the interests of the rich and powerful for working class people to be divided. And the way that we unite people is not by kind of playing into these culture wars or triangulating so that people just don't know where we stand on things or don't believe us when we say something. It's by speaking to people's shared values and also their shared material interests. Like, everybody wants a secure home, everybody wants their child to go to a good school, everybody wants job security and to be able to just have a nice life and to be relatively happy, which is miles and miles off where most people are finding themselves now. And how do we do that? Well, we've got these joint crises. We've got the cost of living crisis, which actually is multiple crises coming together, and they're man-made crises. It's not like some natural disaster. And we've also got the climate crisis. And the culprits are the same people. People who are exploiting workers are the same billionaires who are extracting from the planet and trashing our environment. But also investing in publicly owned public services, investing in jobs that would retrofit our homes. That's going to, in the long term, solve both of those issues.
You mentioned culture wars. Actually, that's a really interesting point, because now the Tories are introducing they're unapologetically now we're the party of the rich. We're just going to give loads of money to the rich. Even if it crashes the economy, we're still going to do it. But what they'll do at times like this, what the Tories have traditionally done, is deflect people's anger away and at other targets, particularly, obviously, those who are also struggling, at minorities who are scapegoated for all the ills caused by the powerful. So a classic example is obviously migrants and refugees. And another big kind of cultural thing the Tories have been going for is aiming at trans people. And this country is going through this tidal wave of transphobia. I saw earlier wearing your badge, your trans rights, your human rights badge, very proudly.
I haven't taken it off, it's just on.
It's there. Sorry,
just
just to clarify. She's still very committed, just to be aware. But, the Labour Party has a big internal problem with transphobia. And there are people who've left, trans people, who've left the Labour Party because they don't think it's a safe space. So I suppose a lot of people will be fearful that if the Tories decide to hit the pedal harder on transphobia because they think it will distract from the mess they're causing and the fact they're standing up for rich people, that the Labour Party will just wrap itself up in knots because it's got its own endemic problems. So how do we fight that?
There are many of us in the Labour Party who will not stand by and allow that to happen. We will keep fighting for our party to be a safe place for. I always stumble over those two words. A safe place for our trans siblings. A lot needs to change for that to happen. At a bare minimum starting point, there needs to be a definition of transphobia recognised by the party. There needs to be a programme of political education so that people can learn about why trans rights are important, can learn about this kind of misinformation that is spouted by hate groups like LGBT Alliance and Women's Place. And then there also needs to be proper disciplinary action taken against people who fall short of solidarity with trans people, which is really such a basic ask, and that should apply whether you're an MP or not. But beyond that, we need to be looking at trans rights not as kind of separate trans issues, but as part of all of the working class issues that we should already be talking about. Like, all of us know what it's like to have to wait for months, years even, for treatment on the NHS. Well, that's what trans people are facing, but even worse. People know what it's like to be living in poverty. Trans people are at an even higher risk of living in poverty. As women, the vast majority of us know what it's like to experience some form of sexual harassment or sexual violence. Well, for trans people, and particularly trans women, that risk is even greater. And that's why, these aren't separate issues. This should be fundamental to our class politics.
Proportional representation, just to touch on that, because I wonder if one of the arguments for it, and the reason a lot on the left now support PR, which didn't used to be the case, the Labour left often supported first past the post on the basis you need to win a majority to do transformative change, otherwise you have to build coalitions with the Liberals, for example, all the time. But it strikes me that that's changed because, I mean, if the Labour Party, the two wings of the Labour Party, like a married couple, it's like there is no love in that marriage at all. Very much separate, not separate beds, like separate bedrooms, like very aggressive messages being left on the fridge. It's just
sort of like unpeeling the bananas,
stuff like that.
Chopping the bristles off your toothbrush kind of vibe.
Yeah, that's like, and it's going to escalate. But they can't afford to live in a separate house under first past the post. That's kind of what's going on. But under PR, they'd be like, just see, we're out of here.
Oh, if I knew that this was where the analogy was going, I wouldn't have got so involved in it.
Well, it's just so people go, look, this is a political party which has Peter Mandelson and John McDonnell in it. And in other
have you seen pictures of them when they were young, though? Because they both look low-key similar.
Oh, I thought you were going to say they were, like, both hot. I thought you were going to go, Peter Mandelson was well fit when he was younger. Definitely do not take that out of context, by the way. Do not clip that on social media.
Get ready, everyone, get ready.
Oh, my God. Don't tell John McDonnell you said that either. He will be very upset if you said he looked like Peter Mandelson.
I did tell him, and he wasn't.
Did he
happy
not?
with
He's
me.
no longer not spoken to Nadia since. So, yeah, it's just that other parties, obviously, because I mean, I wonder if one of the reasons the Labour leadership don't want PR is because they're like, we've kind of marginalised the left of their own party. We don't want a system where we'll have to form coalitions with the left. I don't know.
Maybe. I think that, yeah, it could be that. I think that there's a kind of a general lack of vision, and we've seen that over the past couple of years, and a kind of unwillingness to imagine things being radically different. And I'm not saying that proportional representation would radically change the society that we live in. It's not a silver bullet, but it is a very sort of basic part of democracy that everyone's vote should count for the same, no matter who casts it or where they live. And as socialists, we believe in redistributing wealth, but also in redistributing power. And I mean, that has to happen at least in elections. Obviously, beyond that as well, we need democratic workplaces and public services, and for those to be in public hands.
I should have checked before. Can we take questions from the audience easily? Yes! Great. Let's do that. Who wants to kick off? Not actually physically kick off. Don't become really violent and start attacking people.
Don't yell. It's been a long week.
You can yell at me. I'm fine to be yelled at. I'll take it. I've sort of let it wash over me these days. Go for it. Yeah, over there. Great.
Transphobia is rife at the moment. How can cis people in transphobic spaces be good allies to trans people?
Very good question. You want to start?
Very good question. Should we take a few at a time?
Yeah, let's take a couple. Let's take two at a time, because then we can cheat and think about it. Who is to go next? We are very intimidating, which is why people are scared. Do you want to go, and then we'll take these two, and I hope to get some.
Hi, sorry. As a young person, I find it quite concerning the rise of fascism or pseudo-fascism in much of the world in Europe, and I think perhaps it worries me that Labour and other parties aren't talking about it as much as I think they should be. I just wondered if you had thoughts on that.
Yeah, those are really important contributions. About being a cis person in transphobic spaces, I think all of us as cis people have a responsibility to our trans brothers, sisters, siblings to not just to speak out against transphobia when we see it in the spaces that we occupy or the institutions that we're part of, but to actively ensure that those spaces are places that are welcoming for trans people, not in a sort of just a liberal sense, but also in a kind of policy material sense as well. So in the Labour Party, for example, we need to be having, like, every part of our manifesto needs to also be trans inclusive and looking at how certain issues disproportionately affect trans people, because like trans rights and so-called like trans issues, they're health issues, they're workplace issues, they're issues of sexual harassment and domestic violence. I guess on a local level, that means us passing motions in our constituency Labour parties and in our branches, in our trade union branches. It means being able to have debates and to challenge people when they say transphobic things, because we can't underestimate how organised groups like Women's Place and LGB Alliance are. Like many of these groups stem from the evangelical far right in the US. They've got big money behind them, and the way that we counter that is through educating and organising ourselves.
There's a big civil war going on at the moment amongst the anti-trans groups.
Lol, is there?
Very big. So basically, I was dipping into it on the way to Liverpool, and you might think the way I'm paraphrasing this argument is like an exaggeration. So bear in mind, it isn't, okay? This is literally the argument. The argument is whether or not they should include fascists and white supremacists in their ranks.
I mean, they're already there. So.
Well, this is the point. So basically what happened is they did this protest in Brighton where a load of far-right extremists turned up. And then some of the anti-trans senior commentators and people who basically helped whip up and radicalise people when we probably shouldn't do that. And then others, then they got dogpiled on Twitter. People, no, because fascist women are women as well, for a start. That's what they did. I'm not joking. Yeah, they did that.
So fascist women are women too and deserve rights, but trans women don't.
That's literally... Again, you're paraphrasing in a way that sounds absurd, but is also accurate. Yeah, so now people, I won't name them, but certain high-profile commentators are being denounced as traitors to the anti-trans rights movement. Anyway, because they think they should draw the line at fascists.
It should be funny seeing them tear themselves apart like this, but it's still not like that. That is extremely scary.
It's scary, yeah. It's interesting.
But it doesn't surprise me though, because you get like fascists and people who, like a minority, but some people who consider themselves to be progressive and find themselves on the same side as the far right.
It's the real, the "Are we the baddies?" meme that goes viral.
Yeah.
So, are we the baddies? And it segues very nicely into the question about fascism.
Yes. I think this is a really important time to be talking about this, especially as Italy seems to be on the brink of electing a far right, a fascist.
Almost exactly
leader.
100 years after Mussolini became
exactly
dictator.
From the party that has historical links with Mussolini's party, and Italy isn't isolated in that. We've seen the rise of fascism in Hungary, in Brazil, in India, all across the globe. And I think when we talk about the crises that we face, like the cost of living, and poverty and inequality, the climate crisis, I think the rise of the far right and fascism is one of those, and it's one that we ignore at our peril, because it's just not the case that it's inevitable that I say we, like the Labour Party, but any kind of progressive or social democratic parties across the world will just storm elections because the Conservatives or Conservative parties are so unpopular. Like, we've seen people turning to the far right and then being able to gather a lot of support, not just be sort of marginalised small parties. And to do that, we need to confront it head on. And that means, for example, when we're talking about immigration, we need to be not saying, we need a sort of a fair immigration system that is controlled, because the reality of that always means deporting people, immigration raids, detention centres. We've got to have the courage to think bigger and to do what people who came before us did when they fought for things that are now seen as such basic rights, like basic workers' rights, like universal suffrage.
By the way, how long have you got? I should have checked as well. When do you have to leg it?
I don't know, Hassie, how long have we got?
Okay, great. Let's keep going.
Sorry, I've got no concept of time whatsoever.
I was jumping on you, even though you're maybe just scratching your head or something. No, we'll start with you, and then it's right. Sorry.
Owen, we actually met a few years ago. You interviewed me. I was organising school strikes, and I had no idea who you are. But everyone was like, "Oh, you need to let him interview you."
And then found out I was very disappointed.
The first time I met Owen was exactly the same. I was 16 and helped organise the bedroom tax rally in Nottingham, and I didn't really know anything about politics, so I didn't realise how famous he was. And I was just like standing next to him chatting about I don't know what, and I was very embarrassed.
Can I just say how degrading? I keep meeting people at conference who are like, I read your book when I was 13. I'm like, what? You're like 23? Anyway, it's causing me a real existential crisis, but carry on.
Anyway, of course, now I know who you are, and looking at climate activism now, obviously we know that fossil fuel is inherently unreliable, and we'll keep facing crises like cost of living if we stay attached to it, because it's only going to get worse, like our reliance on fuel. But then at the same time, we face this really real threat with the cost of living crisis, in that it has so much potential to be co-opted by the right and by people who are against progressive climate policies. And already hearing so many people say, you know, we need to take all that money that we're putting into green energy, take it out and put more into fossil because it's cheaper, which we know isn't true. But like, I'd like to hear your thoughts on like how we attach those two things together in our activism, how we make sure our activism like provides good solutions to both the cost of living and climate crises.
I just realised I might not see people at the back, so if people want to whack their hands. Just any question that's in your head, just any burning. Yes, go for it.
So we see the news today that Starmer is actually going ahead with nationalising railway, which is, it says something about that we're celebrating that he's actually kept one of his cast iron commitments. That's a big deal. It's a news story. So I don't know if it's actually a change, whether he's going to commit to some more, hopefully. And if not, I'd want to hear Nadia's take on what sort of his manifesto would look like, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that first point about great questions, both of them, by the way, brilliant questions. On, because that Liz Truss is trying to tap into that sentiment, isn't she? She's done, you know, approving passes for massive oil and gas drilling, even though it would take, on its own terms, 3 decades for that energy to come on stream anyway, as well as the devastating impact that has on climate.
A lot of people are going to be freezing to death in the meantime.
Yeah, exactly. So, and also, you know, it's more expensive than renewable energy. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, their demonisation of renewable energy, I think a lot of it doesn't make any sense. I think it is literally, they just associate it with kind of leftiness.
Yeah,
I think it's not as basic.
This is another culture war, and it's kind of the chosen new target for people who, you know, the MPs who have set up this net zero scrutiny group. They had a lot of lobbying power during the Tory leadership election and ultimately voted for Liz Truss. I think, firstly, on fossil fuels, so even Kwasi Kwarteng said recently, before he became Chancellor, that it would take about a decade to generate enough energy for it to actually benefit people. That's without even talking about the damage that does to our planet and to future generations, and also to people right now, because the climate crisis is already here. I think we need to be talking, kind of, people care about what's immediately harmful to them, but the thing about the climate crisis is that is now one of those things. So I think it is the case that people care about both. People care about how do they heat their homes, how do they put food on their table, as well as like how do we stop total climate catastrophe. So I guess there are things in the short term that we need to be doing. So not just freezing bills, but cutting them. And then in the long term, we need we need a Green New Deal, and that means retrofitting homes so that homes aren't just physically insulated, but we're also insulated against economic shocks like the war in Ukraine, which Liz Truss will try to kind of use as cover for her appalling response and Boris Johnson's appalling response to the energy crisis. We need to be investing in homegrown renewables so that we're not buying dirty energy from dictators, like whether that's Putin or whether it's Qatar or Saudi Arabia. Does that about cover it? Well, obviously it doesn't. It's a really, really big question.
Yeah. Oh, quick. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just to expand on that, like I'm interested to hear, obviously I agree with all those things and like work towards all those things, but I would like to hear your thoughts on like how we do activism for that, for a want of like better phrasing of that. Like what should we be demanding and how do we actively work towards that when like it seems like, you know, the Tories are way over there and even Starmer is barely on our side?
Yeah, so I think what these net zero scrutiny group people want, they're people who want big energy companies to be profiting at the expense of working class people who are paying through the roof to heat their homes, and they want those same working class people to be, instead of blaming the oil giants for the problems that they're facing, to be blaming, in this case, climate activists for talking too much about the need for green energy. So I think it wouldn't be surprising if we start hearing people say that, because they've invested a lot of time and money into getting that message out. And in those circumstances, I think we just have to be very clear and steadfast that these two things aren't in competition with each other, that the culprits are the same, the solutions are the same. The thing that's missing is the political will to enact them, and the people to blame for that are the Conservative Party and their mates in big business. But how do we actually get there? Well, I think we need to be organising in our trade unions, and actually scrapping the anti-union laws is really important for this, because that would enable workers to go on strike over climate-related issues. Like if their bosses aren't taking action that's necessary over the climate. We also need to be organising in our communities, like things that you're already doing. And I think that public pressure is what's really going to influence both the government and the opposition. And we saw it, didn't we, in 2019, just before I was elected. I really believe that if it wasn't for youth climate strikers, Parliament would not have declared a climate and ecological emergency. And yes, nothing has happened since, but we've got to hold their feet to the fire.
That next great question, by the way, and the second great question on, gave the example there, rail renationalisation. I guess, my own, I don't know why I'd be sceptical, because Keir Starmer's such a trustworthy guy, really means what he says and says what he means. Is that a few weeks ago, this was put to him, and he suggested that the railways were de facto already under public control. And that's basically because during the COVID crisis, the kind of arm's length relationship between government and it got closer, basically, and tightened various control. But obviously, lots of the franchises are still privately run. It's not a nationalised industry. But he basically was suggesting that there's de facto public control already, and therefore Labour would just keep the status quo, and that was spun as support for nationalisation.
I mean, obviously that's not true. Like, we don't have nationalised railways.
But I worry is, do you think we have now moved to a position where Labour does support it? So Louise Haigh and all the rest of it, that as franchises expire, they're all just taken under public control, not considered for public control. But where do you think we're at? And what those are the points about what a manifesto do you think would look like?
So, fortunately, leaders don't have all the power in a political party, and it's not just up to Keir Starmer what ends up in the manifesto. There'll be, I think it should be even more deliberative and democratic. I think that conference should be sovereign, and that's something that, in truth, when we had control of the party, didn't happen and should have happened and should still happen. But there's a process of deciding party policy that trade unions will be involved in, and it's important that we put pressure on those people who are going to be in that meeting where the manifesto is discussed. I'm hopeful about rail renationalisation. I'm really pleased that Louise Haigh, our Shadow Transport Secretary, came out and supported that today. I'm hopeful about Lisa Nandy saying that our mantra in the next election should be council homes, council homes, council homes. Obviously, we need a policy to go with the mantra. And
some actual council homes.
We've had like on energy, we've had a fantastic policy that would see us having a green power supply, a net zero power supply by a zero carbon power supply actually by 2030, which would cut bills by over 90 billion in that time. But we also need to be going further in that, so that energy supply needs to be in public ownership. That would be a massive investment.
Is it also to shout out to Ed Miliband's role there, actually, because and it's interesting because Ed Miliband's, I think, gone on a real journey, given before 2015, I think he was torn between his dad's radical background, in a way his brother wasn't, and his New Labour kind of political advisor background, and also the Parliamentary Labour Party being as right-wing as it was, and the media, and being scared of his own instincts. And I think he's gone on a journey since. Within the shadow cabinet now is the most radical voice, I would say, probably. I mean, that's a low bar, but he really is pushing for more radical policies. I think he needs credit for that. You mentioned the net zero energy, energy, but also today it's worth noting as well the National Wealth Fund they've announced, which is basically, other countries have sovereign wealth funds where they can build. The state has a wealth fund and it can invest and help transform the economy that way. So we'll see the flesh on that, but that's interesting as well. Anyway, any more questions? Questions from the audience? Yes, yourself there.
We've seen some pretty extreme attempts to demonise and delegitimise the left, both in terms of policy and individuals. And I think it's come as a bit of a surprise to some of us how extreme they've been in form and also how effective they've sometimes been. Is there anything that we can do to prepare ourselves for next time we might be approaching power?
Question. Anyone else? Over at the back. It's always that awkward silence, isn't it? Where someone's thinking, should I try and come up with a question for the hell of it, just to break the silence, make it less uncomfortable? We can start with that one.
Yeah, I think basically we just need to organise like hell, and that means lots of us being in the Labour Party, staying in, joining for the first time. We've seen during this conference how well organised other factions are, and we need to be doing the same. We saw that was possible, and we never thought in 2015 that we would win that leadership under Corbyn, but that happened. That is, things can happen very quickly in politics and a lot sooner than you can even begin to imagine them. But they also don't just get given to us. So we need to be there, pushing for them, organising for them, exactly as people like John McDonnell and Jeremy Corbyn and Diane Abbott did in the Labour Party during the Blair years. And many people stayed and supported them, and they were also, standing with striking workers, supporting social movements. So, yeah, that's exactly what we need to be doing now.
I mean, again, it speaks to the role of the media in British society, of course, which is not an impartial kind of distributor of information about the way the world is. That's what in a democracy it should be. It's to have an informed citizenry that can understand the world around that we all live in and therefore make informed decisions about the policies that are needed to change things. But instead, obviously, you have a media which is run as the plaything for a few billionaires and oligarchs who have a vested interest in defending a status quo from which they profit, ultimately, who have an antagonistic relationship with unions and workers because they're bosses, who, will spread outright lies and bile against demonised minorities in a way that deflects anger from the real targets. And obviously, when any movement or individual emerges which they see as some sort of threat to the status quo, then they use every mechanism to personally go for them. That's what happened. It's very personalised, is what I think you mean. It's interesting as well how that panned out, because I used to work for John McDonnell. I worked for John McDonnell 2005, 2008, I think. And it's funny because one of the reasons Jeremy Corbyn got on the ballot paper in 2015 is John was seen as too polarising in the Parliamentary Labour Party. That basically he had contempt for them, and they had contempt for him, and he's seen as rude and abrasive. But no one had a bad word to say about Jeremy Corbyn. He was seen as, bless him. What's he like? And a lot of them were like, I might as well nominate him for a laugh. He's going to get humiliated. He'll get 3% of the vote. But, why not? And then they were like... but it's interesting because the level of character assassination, I think that's what's interesting, was so extreme against someone actually who was seen as, before that, is actually very unobjectionable. He didn't have any enemies in the Parliamentary Labour Party. Even people on the right of the Labour Party liked Jeremy. He was just seen as a kindly older guy who... 5 minutes. Oh, great. We can wrap up soon, shortly. This is very good for you as well, because you're trapped otherwise. I'm trying to think how we wrap up. Is there any burning questions before we wrap up? Like, maybe hopes fears. Where are we at the moment? Oh, sorry, there's someone there. No, that wasn't. That was just you. No, sorry, ignore me. Blimey, trying to think of something myself now. I'm just coming up with questions for the hell of it, Nadia. What have we missed?
What's your big three?
What's my what for the Labour leadership?
Oh no, I meant like star signs.
Oh,
Like,
I see.
That would be like. But yeah, big three for the Labour leadership.
What did I do? Well, yeah. I mean, I think for me, like housing's always been my big. Like I've been very obsessed with housing because I think think about housing, is a lot of the ills of society come from the housing crisis. In terms of like obviously the cost of living crisis for a start, it has a huge impact on people's physical health, on their mental health. Overcrowding and bad housing conditions damages people's educational prospects as well. It puts stresses on families. It tears often families apart because of the stress of living in those circumstances. In terms of things like male violence against girls and women, people being trapped in abusive relationships, women being trapped in abusive relationships and feeling they can't leave. In terms of, as well, tensions in communities that are exploited by fascism, because, I think about Barking and Dagenham back in 2006 when the BNP suddenly won like 13 or whatever council seats. And one of the reasons they did that is because council housing had been flogged off and not replaced. What they try and do then is make people feeling like they're competing for scarce resources and therefore delegitimize, kind of say these aren't legitimate competitors. There's not enough, rather than saying, well, obviously there's scarce resources, so let's create more of them, so then everyone can have a nice home, to go, there's not enough homes, so why has it been given to them? They don't deserve it. You do deserve it. So do you see what I mean? The thing about housing. Oh, the other thing, the economy. I didn't even mention that. The fact that because if you build housing, you create not just jobs in construction, but it has what's called a multiplier effect because of all the industries dependent on it, and you put money in people's pockets and you spend it. The climate crisis, because if you have well-insulated homes, it takes down fuel poverty, but obviously also deals with the climate emergency. So do you see what I mean? The thing about housing is it's just got so many elements because obviously it's our home, it's where we live. It's the building block of it's our sanctuary and all the rest of it. So I just think it's really interesting, isn't it? Because it does kind of housing is lots of ills come from it.
1,000%.
I bet a lot of your casework as an MP, that's kind of when MPs have to deal with constituents, often at the sharp end, and talk to them. They come to your surgery, housing comes up probably a lot.
Yeah, so many people who are living in absolutely shoddy private rented accommodation, people who are waiting for a council home, who are having to stay in like shelters. Or hotels even, like people having to go to a hotel in Derby for one night and then to Long Eaton another night and then to be kicked out at the weekend because the hotel needs that for like commercial use, and councils are having to pay for that, but they're not being given the money to build millions of council homes, which is what people need. Immigration is the people who are being attacked under the hostile environment is a massive issue in Nottingham East, and people who just can't access adequate benefits either. And unsurprisingly, a lot of those people are also in work. So it's both the fact that work doesn't pay and there isn't enough state help either. And
also as well, the other thing I thought about is the amount we spend on the housing benefit, which is often, it's just a de facto subsidy for private landlords.
Exactly, goes straight into the pockets of private landlords.
Yeah.
It's an absolute disgrace.
So
and it's not surprising that is it a quarter of landlords who, no, it must be a quarter of people who vote for the Tories are landlords. That's it.
And a lot, obviously.
Because definitely a lot more than 25% of landlords would support the Conservative Party.
Yeah. It's quite high. I mean, there's a lot of Tory MPs who are landlords. Unfortunately, there's a few Labour MPs as well, which I'm going to mention, but significantly less, but there's still some. Finally, let's wrap up on a hopeful note. What gives you hope at the moment? What's making you... Because, look, we talked about a lot of pretty depressing stuff, from fascism rising and across Europe and in the United States, Latin America, India, the climate emergency, the anti-trans hate kind of wave that swept across the country, the state internally of the Labour Party for the left. There's young people being battered. There's lots of bad stuff. What's giving you hope at the moment?
I genuinely do feel hopeful. Obviously, not all of the time. All of us feel absolute despair sometimes at the state of what's happening, what's being done to our communities, our people, our planet. But what gives me hope is our collective power and strength. Because, of course, individually, we hardly have any power. But when we come together, that's when we really can leverage our power against exploitative bosses, against landlords, against this government. And that there have already been some wins. The striking workers, whether it's in BT, junior criminal barristers, railway workers, and I'm sure there will be many, many others. That shows us what we can do when we come together.
Give a big round of applause to Nadia. Absolutely brilliant as ever. Smashed it. And just before we go, go, sorry. Well, I was just going to go donate to Will Transform, but I think you're doing that now.
You're a legend, Owen.
So I don't need to do it.
Everyone give him a round of applause.
They deserve it.
We have got 2 T-shirts for you 2 to sign. Great. So, yes, please.
I've never been asked to sign anything.
Is it, yeah? Bro, do you want to sign the back of my phone? I kind of like you. Anyway, listen. While these guys are signing these, put whatever you want on them. They're going to the raffle, right? We're doing a raffle. You can buy tickets via, if you're watching online, there you are, right? If you're watching online, just look underneath me right now. Once you've hit the subscribe button and the bell to get notifications, make sure you go under there in the description. There's a link. Go to that link and enter the raffle. Jeremy Corbyn, Nadia Whittome, Owen Jones, Clive Lewis, I'm trying to remember the others. Loads of people have signed these T-shirts, right? Now, I like what these guys were just saying about hope. I've got to say something real, right? This festival gives me hope. Hundreds of volunteers come out here. People on the camera here doing these cameras, they've not done the cameras before, some of them. They've learnt new skills and they're buzzing. Last night, one of our volunteers went home so buzzing, so excited that they could be a part of this. All of you here, you having a great time. This right here is hope for the left. This is hope, right? We can learn, we can educate each other, we can have a good time. There's no socialism without dancing, remember, right? We can share good and bad times. But one time a year, I love to just be absolutely tired and off my feet is here at The World Transforms and be around people like you and all these volunteers. So a big round of applause for the volunteers. You guys at home, you should be donating by now or entering the raffle. We've got loads of signed goods. We've got CW goodies. We've got everything. Trust me, there's everything. It's on the website. You guys here, at any events, there'll be people selling tickets for the raffles. At the back there, Jess has got a card machine. You can donate as well. I know it's hard times, so if you can't donate, that's absolutely fine. We get it. It's calm. That's why we do free tickets and stuff, so everyone can be involved. But if you got the money, throw your pea, blood. Anyway, Owen, Nadia, the people them, peace, love, and unity.